I've just pressed go live. So,
but they will be jealous of the unbelievable selection of cakes and biscuits we're having.
So, for anybody watching this, I did the big intro there and forgot to press the go live button. And I won't lie, I forgot to do Audacity as well. So, I'm just starting that. So, we're going to pretend that the start has not happened. And as soon as I press the record button, we're going to go through it again so that Toby doesn't kill me. So, and welcome to Saturday Football Live, everybody. We are going to be live on YouTube as we are right now. We're live on Twitter and we're live on Facebook. So thanks for joining us in the studio. I've got Johnny Bailey and Gary Thompson. Gentlemen, how are we?
Very good, Paul. Thanks for having us today.
Wow, it's like deja vu. Honestly. But look, this week is quite an interesting one. This is our first week where we have Lowland League properly in it. And I'm going to apologise to, I don't imagine we'll have a lot of... Oh, guys, that's fine, guys.
Feedback.
I'm going to apologise to anybody that listens from the Lowland League. You're going to need to give us a bit of time to up our knowledge on it. We've tried our best to learn a wee bit, but we know all the teams, obviously, and stuff, but we don't have great depth of knowledge. I suppose we probably don't have great depth of knowledge at this level either in the west of Scotland, but...
Doesn't stop us having an opinion.
No, we'll try. So bear with us with that for a few weeks. If you're a West of Scotland fan and you think, oh, the Lowland League, bear with us, you're going to enjoy it. You'll like to see a bit more about it, because if Clydebank win the league or if Johnson Borough win the league this season and they can beat, I think it's Musselburgh that are top of East Premier League, and who's top of the South? I looked at it the other day. I can't even remember. I don't know. But we'll beat them anyway.
Stranraer reserves.
Stranraer, SOS. So if they beat them, then we could be looking at a team getting up this year. And I think that...
And as well, looking at the Lowland League table, Broomhill potentially coming down into the West as well.
Exactly, because Gallifreydine beat Hearts B last night. I think it was 3-0. So that's a massive result for them. You look at John Doyle's Cumbernauld Colts team, they're picking up points as well. So they're now getting to the stage that they're giving themselves a bit of daylight. Broomhill need to start picking up points, because there is a good chance that we'll have Broomhill in our Premier League next season, which will be welcoming them in. But look, it's something different, so it's good for us all to know. Whilst we're doing this, if you are watching it live, I will apologise for the amount I'm on my phone. It's not because I'm ignorant and don't want to listen to these two. I'm just trying to organise stuff. We don't have a producer, so we're very much at the mercy of what social media and stuff can provide us with. But look, enough of that nonsense. Thanks for tuning in as always. If you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp at 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us on X and Instagram at Sat Football Live. And apologies if there's any background noise. We've got a kids' party next door because we're in a community centre. So there might be a bit of noise for that, but I apologise. Gentlemen, featured fixtures this week. So we've got our first, and I think it's quite a fortunate one for us to have our first Lowland League game being Linlithgow and Bo'ness, which, if you have any knowledge of how the East of Scotland was, I'd say it's comparable to Talbot and Cumnock. It's as big as it gets in the East. It's a great game. Neither team are going to win the league or anything this season, but it's a great game with a lot of history. So we'll hear from the Linlithgow manager, Gordon Herd. I'm really pleased that Gordon was able to provide us with an interview, so I'm delighted with that. Johnny, Linlithgow Bo'ness, 3-1 to Linlithgow earlier in the season, or the tail end of last year, against Bo'ness. How do you think that one will play out?
Is it at Bo'ness?
It is at Linlithgow.
It's at Linlithgow. I'll probably favour Linlithgow at home then, probably. Just slightly, they're above Bo'ness in the table. Two great clubs. I think it's back in the old junior days, they were always like marquee games. If you managed to get a tie against Linlithgow or Bo'ness through in the East, it was great to get through there. Great setups. I know Bo'ness have got an Astro down on their part that was great, but Linlithgow's always had a fantastic setup. It's a great place to go and play football. I went through there once when I was managing Anbank, and we get beat 7-1, which was class, which was a class afternoon. But
that must have been fun, John.
My two experiences I've been through in Linlithgow. First one was, as much as like I'm talking about being a Celtic fan, I played for Rangers when I was younger. Semi-finals of the Scottish Cup, we beat Hearts at Linlithgow. And my last experience was a 5-1 scudding when I was at Cumnock and we played Linlithgow there. So
I mean, to
It's
be
a hard
fair,
place to go.
it definitely is a very difficult place to go.
to be fair, we were in the old District League at the time, so we weren't expected to get through to the East Giants and Lithgow and get anything. And against my better, it probably sums up my managerial career. I decided I'd just go for it. Who cares? We'll go and play 4-4-2, and we ended up getting beat 7-1. But it was a great day. The people up there were amazing with us. The committee and the setup was just fantastic. It's a great place. It's a great place to go.
It's a really nice. It's got a great stand in it as well.
I think
Really good stand.
I think looking at the Lowland League, you're hoping. I'm sure everybody in the Lowland League is hoping that East Kilbride just get to. You know what I mean? Just win the league, win the playoff, and then it becomes. See if East Kilbride go out of that league, which we hope they do. Best wishes to Mick and the team. I hope they do. And then it makes it such an open league going into next year. But in terms of today's fixture, I'm going to go and Lithgow to beat Bowness 3-1.
Guys, what you thinking?
You know, Johnny probably knows a lot more about that side of the country than I do. But I did go for Lithgow, just looking at the league table, effectively. You know, Bowness playing on Astro and Lithgow having a nice grass park. That could be a slight swear for me. Again, just looking at the league, Lithgow defend well, conceded less goals than Bowness. So yeah, I'll go with Johnny on that one and go with Lithgow.
I think I'm going to be the same as yourselves. I mean, like I said, I've not seen any of these teams play, but I think I'm going to have to go for Linlithgow as well. They won the last game 3-1. We'll hear from Gordon later on in the show, who's talking about it's got a tight game. You know what it's like with these games as well? It's a derby game, so you're no guaranteed form to be a big indicator. And Linlithgow it's got a good result against Cali Braves a few weeks ago, beating them at Alliance Park. Particularly after Cali Braves are only a point behind East Kilbride. Granted, East Kilbride got a few games in hand, and they gave East Kilbride a bit of doing last week as well. But I'm going to agree. I'm going to go with Linlithgow for that. I checked it this morning. I did a wee look at how it's been going, PG versus the Pundits. It's not going very well for me.
No, I mean, I know I'm going to get.
Aye, guys. I think you are
2 or 3.
2 wins. You are
2 wins.
2 wins. No, sorry, wait, 1.
2
2 wins. 2 wins because Des and Scott beat me last week.
Yep.
So I've won 1, drawn 3, and lost 3. I've got 16 results right, and the Pundits have got 18 results right. So I'm sitting at -2.
Unbeaten run up here,
I think last time I was in here, I had a nightmare. So
last time, no, I think I might have won last time you were
I
here.
think you did.
Get my book out last time you
There was
were
one
here.
controversial result that won it for me, the Larks.
I did.
If I remember.
I got my only win, a 3-2 victory against yourself and Des. Right, so the big one in the West of Scotland Premier League today, Clydebank against Johnstone Borough. Spoke to Murdy McKinnon, the Johnstone Borough manager, last night. Johnstone Borough for me have been a bit, over the last year, it's been a bit of a show where it's so much money's involved and they've been so talked about, and I know they got promoted, so that was the main aim last season, but I don't think that it was overly great how it was done. What I would say is this year, I think Murdy's done a great job. I think that they are really under the radar. Everybody's talking about Clydebank, and quite rightly so, but I think the Borough have been, in terms of form, have been excellent this season. So, Gary, what's your view on the Clydebank Johnstone Borough game?
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Paul. Johnstone Borough have been fantastic this season to come up, and to be sitting where they're sitting at this point of the season. And there's a good space between them and St Cadix in third. So hard to see past Clydebank. If I'm honest, they've been superb this season. I've seen them a couple of times, and they're just a really good team, quality all over the pitch. I haven't seen a lot of Johnstone Borough, so just going on what I've seen this season, I would lean towards Clydebank. I know it's a big game for Johnstone Borough, but I just can't see past Clydebank. They've been superb all season. They've got goal scorers, as I say, quality all over the pitch. And for me, I think they'll just nudge this. I wouldn't be tight, but I think Clydebank will take it.
I think it'll be tight. I think you're absolutely right, PG, when you're saying about Murdy. And I think one of the things that I like about it is how it's all pretty calm. Do you know what I mean? Everything's just kind of kept calm. But also what I like about what Murdy's done as well is he's made decisions as well. Like he's moved players out, he's brought players in, he's sold Jordan Moore to Gart Cairn and things like that. You know, like these are kind of tough decisions that you need to be a really strong-minded manager to undertake that. Now, obviously, they're in a fortunate position in terms of finances, but one of the also good things about them I like as well is they've kind of just embraced that.
Aye.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's
there's no line about it. Aye.
That's the best way to go. Of course, like just stand up. Of course, we've got money. Who cares? Do you know what I mean? It's up to Murdy and the rest of the coaching staff and the committee to spend it in the right way.
I agree.
In terms of this week, I personally feel that if Johnston Borough are going to make a challenge, this is it. Do you know what I mean? This is like a cup final for them. You know, they need to win this game if they're going to make a challenge and kind of scare Clydebank a wee bit. I think if Clydebank win, it's going to be tough anyway. But I think if Clydebank win,
you're looking at the table. There's 7 points separating the two. Clydebank have got a game in hand. Yeah. Clydebank win today. I've said that the last couple of weeks. The Drumchapel result was big for me. Who did they beat last week? I've gone blank.
Beat Pollock, you know.
So the Pollock, that was a big result as well. Particularly because St Cadoc's have had a wee blip, and
small implosion.
Yes, and I think it was such an important result that I've been saying it's all but done. Now I think today is the day that
it could be.
And I know Moff and Clydebank fans won't like me saying it, but if they beat Johnston Borough today, 10 points with a game in hand, only 13 games to go for them. They've only dropped 6 points in the first 17 games. It's too much for me because as great as Johnston Borough have been, I don't think they've got enough to pull that kind of back because you'd need a monumental collapse from Clydebank this week. No, sure. So I've completely gone off tangent. You said Clydebank, Johnny.
I'll go with Gary and we'll go with Clydebank. I think it'll be really tight. I could see it being like a 2-1 or a 1-0, or do you know what I mean, like a late goal kind of next. And you look at Johnston Borough. I mean, they've lost 2 games all season. And any other season, they'd be
100%.
You know, so
let's see. I'm actually going to look at last season's league in the Premier League.
To be honest, I think if it was flipped and if it was Johnston Borough playing at home, I might have liked more fame. I mean, that's not an easy place to go. They've clearly made that a bit of a fortress this season. So I think just the pitch is going to be a small factor for Clydebank.
So 60 points won the league for Beath last season.
60.
Johnston Borough would have 13 games to get 25 points. That's pretty doable. For considering the form they're in, I'd say that's pretty doable. So you're going for Clydebank?
Clydebank.
I am hoping that this doesn't come back to get me like one of the games last week where I decided to go for a win instead of a draw, which was my gut feeling. Clydebank and St Cadoc's game, a draw was my gut feeling, and I went for Clydebank. And I'm going to do it again today. I'm going to go for Clydebank, but my gut feeling is a draw. So I'm hoping just for me to actually not get beat again, that I'm going to be right in this one. So moving on to our third featured fixture, it is First Division. Easily, in a complete neck on line, best division in world football. We have got St Roch's against Renfrew. Spoke to Jimmy Quigley yesterday, so we'll have some words for him. But we're sitting just now, co-winning top spot, 36 points. Renfrew second, 33. Petershill third, 33. St Roch's fourth, 33. Arthurlie fifth, 32. Glencairn sixth, 31. Ardrossan seventh, 28. Thornleywood 8th, 28. Kilbirnie 9th, 25. But Thornleywood and Kilbirnie have games in hand, which if they could win them, puts them into the 30-odd points region. And you have 9 teams who are potentially looking at 3 spots and properly competing for it.
A few games in hand as well, so if they can get a couple of results, that's
but then Arthurlie losing during the week, and it's so interesting. That's what makes it so interesting.
This is a phenomenal.
It's brilliant. So, Johnny, St Roch's, Renfrew, what do we think?
St Roch's have been making a surprise package this season all over. I think I'd nowhere near expected them to be up there, and they keep just getting results and winning games and pushing, which is great. It's great to see one of the, I don't even want to call them like a smaller club, but do you know what I mean? You've got your big names in that league that are in that league, and you probably wouldn't have picked St Roch's to be up there at the start of the season. And you know, again, I say it every week, it seems like Renfrew are featured every time I'm on, and I've always got a wee soft spot for Renfrew, but they've been a wee bit up and down recently. I know they won last week, but before that they went 4 out a win and stuff. So I'm going to favour the home team. I'm going to stick my neck out and say St Rochs are going to win this one.
Gary?
Yes, I agree with Paul. I agree with Johnny in this one, Paul. I tipped St Rochs yesterday when I had a wee look at it. Seen them a couple of times this season. They looked really good. I seen them against Troon in the Cup, which was a tough game for them, but they looked really good against the higher opposition. And as Johnny said, they've been motoring away this season and probably slightly higher up than people thought they would be. So I think that, again, the park's probably going to play a factor. I mean, it's a good place to play, but Renfrew used to play in a nice slick Astro. And I think just taking it there today, there was some fans down there the day before the Celtic game. I think that would just be a wee factor as well. So yeah, I'd take St Rochs yesterday when I was looking at the game. So I agree with Johnny.
Right, St Rochs. I'm a bit torn on this.
Mind you, I went against Renfrew last time I was in here and they won. Remember?
To your detriment, yes.
And I'm doing it. I can't believe I'm doing it.
See, I've got family from Renfrew. I should be living that way as well, but it's St Rochs where the DSN kit. So that's a nice kit. It's a nice kit.
They all have, Gary.
Thank you very much, Johnny.
Every single one of them.
I can see some kit coming his way soon.
Well, what I'm going to say to you is, has it been ordered yet?
Well,
that seems like a no then.
That's in the process. I can be quite evasive here, Paul. It's in the process. We're talking about it yesterday, so we'll get some.
Good, because
everybody's getting kitted out, but like,
now that we're live on social media, and we currently have 7 people watching, so thank you to you 7 people. Something actually I forgot to say before I go into my prediction. We have got subscriptions available on YouTube, and I appreciate it. I'm coming with a begging bowl, but because of the massive increase in content that we've got coming up, it's costing me a lot more money to do this. I won't lie to you. It's costing me quite a bit of money, so I need some recoups. So if you can go in and you want to subscribe to the channel, and it's £3 a month. When you subscribe, you can ask questions on YouTube, and you can get involved in the shows and ask your question and get your parts across. So it would be really appreciated, and it would really help us out. Just the more backing we have, the more content we can get out, and more equipment we can buy to potentially start looking at going elsewhere and recording different types of things. It's great that we're starting up with the new shows, but we'd like to do as much as we possibly can. So any help you can provide would be massively appreciated. But enough of that. So you've gone for St Rochs. I'm really struggling.
this one.
Do you know what? I'm going to go for a draw. I'm going to go for a draw in this one.
It would just be fitting for the division if it was a draw. Just to make sure everybody stays.
Of course it would. It would just be
exactly
what we would expect, to be honest, if it was a draw, because it's ridiculously interesting. We'll come back to the league also once we've been through all our games. Second division, 4th against Whitlets. I've gone for this game because Whitlets obviously are trying to get themselves promoted, potentially win the league. 4th are fighting relegation, so it's two-pronged. It's got a bit of excitement at both ends of the table. So, Gary, what do we think for 4th versus Whitlets?
I had a wee look again yesterday just to see the tables where they're sitting. I haven't seen a lot of these guys this season. I've seen 4th against St Carrots in the demolition final. Not a very good game to judge them on. I don't think that's very fair to judge them on that. But I did go for Whitlets. I think they've had a great season. They're scoring a barrel. Defended that great, just going by what they've conceded. And Whitlets, I think this is massive for them to go for promotion. So I think if they can get a victory today, keeps them up there with the top 3. And I think this is just a game for Whitlets to slap. So I'm going to lean with Whitlets, but Johnny, happy to hear what you've got to say.
No, I agree with you, Gary, 100%. I watched the first game 2 down at Whitlets. I think it was funny because we obviously spoke. I think I was in here after Mick had left, talking about how good a job he'd done and how well he'd done. But since Graham and the boys have come in, it seems that he's taken them up a level. He's really got them up and made a few signings. He's got a few boys in. He signed Scott Patterson last night. Signing for him, he was actually so I can know a wee bit about him to George. So he seems to really have injected a wee something into him. When I watched him a couple of weeks ago against Lark Hall, impressed with them, the way they played. So I would be shocked in this one today. And I think in this game, I think.
I would agree with you. I think fourth, if fourth manager's very word. Funny thing, fourth won today. I expect to win. If they win, I wouldn't be absolutely shocked. But I think that they work too much, and it's like you said, they really seem to have loved it. I think that it's
Look at the goal. You look at fourth goals for. There's 46 goals, which is more than a game, which is impressive. You wouldn't expect that for the league.
No.
You know, although in saying that, Les were just about 47. Even at the top end of the table, that calls on scored 29. Forsyth has scored 32. Bonnet scored 32 at the top end of the table as well. So it's quite clear where the problems are. The fourth, and it's keeping out at the other end. They're one of the highest teams in the league. So I think that's where the problems lie. One thing they have to do is with Moffat and going up front. I mean, Jordan Boyd, he's outstanding.
Very good.
We've got Moffat, sure is helping him. They brought back Jason Lek, which is to them as well. Brought a bit of creativity. So I just think they'll have too much work for fourth.
I would agree. A third division game, Greenock, again, it's quite similar to the second division game. Greenock are looking at, I think they're, with the Thorn losing last week, Greenock are looking at pushing again. They're quite a heavy defeat against the Thorn, which has impacted them. But I think that with the Thorn losing, Greenock are now back in a position where winning the league is back on for them. Irvine, on the other hand, are trying to keep themselves in the division. The great win against Threave a couple of weeks ago. So what do we think about this one?
Dean's one of my good news. So I would love to see a Girvan win. I think the fact that it's at Greenock again makes me favour them. You're right, they had to be blip in a couple of games there, but they pick up results, and obviously getting beat off Thorn was massive. But they're rebounded from that and a good 3-0 victory at Irvine Vic. So I watched the highlights. Actually horrendous, but it's just maybe here. And they kind of measured it. Scored a couple. They were 2-0 up, then scored there right at the very end. So
excited. So I'm actually trying to learn how to pause this live recording when we go to a break, because people don't need to listen to it. People don't need to listen, guys. So I've just put a video in there. So that I'm trying to do. I'm getting updates and I'm trying to speak to people about updates and I know, producer and everything. So apologies, John. Continue.
And obviously, given the result against Dean after that, and he was absolutely buzzing. And I think the overall from Dean was that the boys are giving everything, they're doing everything. In the great turn, they played for and it all came together. They had a disappointing result last week. I know he was disappointed last week. They beat Glenville, a team in the league. But I'm going to go neutral here and say it's going to be a draw.
Draw. What do you think? That's quite an interesting one. It doesn't seem very neutral. That seems like you've completely gone here, mate. But and just to clarify, we both picked Pundits for a second division game, right? Because I never heard it loud. So
I had a wee look yesterday. They obviously have been home as well. Is the concession of goals for this season? They've let in a load more goals. So that's the only thing. Looking at them, I've not seen both teams this season, so I don't have a massive opinion on how they're playing. Again, I'm just looking at the team. I think it's really more experience. I say just the goals. But I'm going to go. Listen, this is teamwork this thing. So I'm going to go with Johnny in this one.
But remember, I'm making a decision with my heart and on my head.
Your heart will sometimes.
No.
No, I think we'll go for the Johnny. We'll go for the draw. And then I can
And then you can blame. Well, I'll take it. Listen, I've got big shoulders. That's fine.
I think I was used. I think who's on with me? He's like Josh. He's laughing. He's like, you'll get that wrong. Think about that one, right?
So you've gone for the draw. I'm going to go for
the draw.
I'm going to go for Greenock on this one. And the final one, talking of Josh, the reason I picked this game is, and Josh is my mate, I'm going to put it there. Now, if one of them or two of them will pick up full points, so if it's not a victory for one of them, they're both done. The promotion's gone. The promotion is gone. We're sitting with the two of them as it stands. Tabs open. 6th and 8th. Rossvale and Eglinton are both fortunate in the sense that they have games at hand, so they can pick up points in games in hand and put themselves right back in it. And obviously, it's a bit premature. They're not even 2/3 of the way through the season. But I genuinely think Knightswood and Port, top 2 spots, they're sealed. Nobody's catching them. And I think that Kello are having a good upturn in form there. 7 points clear of Rossvale. Rossvale need to win this. Need to beat Kello later in the season in their games in hand. And this is the Josh stuff, obviously. But I think if we're talking sake, it's a draw here. Right, so guys, what do we think?
No, I agree with you. I think I'm massive to them. Looking at it, again, we've got Josh will do a couple of knowing you guys. But what he's done there's been a brilliant job. And been on the show with him a few weeks ago and just listening how he talks about football, he's I just know what he's doing. But I have went for Rossvale purely again, seen them a couple of times this season, like how they play. The league, one of the goals this season, not the biggest goal scorers in the league. Eglinton both conceded 32 goals, so there's nothing in that way. So with Rossvale being at home, and I think Joe should go. I'm going to go Rossvale, Johnny. What do you think?
Well, I've got to say Rossvale because Josh is coming on the podcast tomorrow, so everybody listening, make sure you drop on Monday on all the podcast networks. But even if that wasn't the case, I would still be going with Rossvale, to be honest. When I was at the co-winning Villa Clyde game against Kello, so I watched a bit of them. I was overly impressed. They're what, 3 defeats in the bounce. Another game last week at Brandon against St Peters, and Rossvale were idle as well. So I think again at home, I would hope that Rossvale will get enough. I was talking to Josh yesterday. I think if they get through today, they then go to Campbellton and Ocean Main. So there's to put some points in the board. You can pick up. They can really put back in contention for that last promotion spot.
I've not been able to find out how it pauses this. There should be a bit on the screen that pauses it. That's what the video shows. I can't find that. So when we go to the break, we will still be live, and the next will still be live. So be aware of that. Right, so before we go to our first break, first game on Lithgow bonus, we're both gone on Lithgow. Second game, we're both gone. Third game, St Rocks versus Renfrew. You guys have gone for St Rocks. I've gone for the draw. Third game, 4th against Whitlets. We're both going for Whitlets. 5th game, Greenock against Girvan. You guys have gone for the draw, and I've gone for Greenock. And in the 6th game, we're both going for Rossvale. So there's a good chance. That we'll have a winner and a loser today. So just playing. I will go 4-1 down.
Keep up the win.
Anyway.
And I meant to say when I'm talking about bonus, sorry, I just want to do a shout out to one of my ex-teammates, Shields, Lex, who played. If there's any bonus fans listening, they'll know about Lex Shields. And scored a double for them when they won the Scottish Junior Cup final against Baillieston at Ibrox. The second goal was Maradona against them on YouTube. Honestly, I think it is still on YouTube if you get the chance to go and watch it. Lex only had one eye as well, which really sadly passed away and I was talking to Jay about it and stuff like that. It was solely missing. He was a great character when we were doing games, and he was always there supporting these two boys like FG, who played with me at Hibs, and Dean, who played with some as well. So sadly missed Lex, but that's my kind of bonus tie-in.
Oh, it's very nice. Well, actually, I will. My bonus tie-in then. We'll go for
Sonic the Hedgehog.
I know. My bonus next is 16-year-old Airdrie Reserves against my first ever experience of junior football at 16. Was playing centre forward. I had to leave school early that day so that my dad could pick me up and take me to Bonus. And my first experience was coming on, ran on the park, stood beside the centre half. So I'm 6'2" at the time. I'm about 11 and a half stone. He has punched me in the back of the head. I decked it. I don't know. And then I got up, and next thing I walked off, I jumped up, smashed him in the face, and then spent the rest of the game avoiding him. So that is that. But so we don't have any pause feature on this for some reason, which is a bit disconcerting for us. No break. But we're just going to go to a quick break on the radio. Remember, we are on East End Community Radio, radio station in Glasgow. So if you want to get us on WhatsApp, it's 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us on X and Instagram at Sat Football Live. We'll be right back after these, if I can remember what button supposed to click. I can't. You know what? I need to count that. I need to count through this. This is so unprofessional because I can't even remember what button I'm supposed to press. To be honest with you, I am going to go for. No. I'm not getting it right. I pressed the right button, but I'm not getting it right. So we'll just continue to talk a wee bit longer. So with Clydebank, before we'll talk about Lowland League a wee touch more, right? Obviously, we've no looked at it in any great depth. We're going to hear from Gordon Herd soon as well, just about how important that game is to the town. It's massive. It's like I said, it's similar to Talbot and Cumnock. It's just such a big fixture in the East, and it's two massive historical East junior teams. So I'd say the league tables fairly. Linlithgow are sitting, I think they're fourth in the league, and they're kind of looking to really. They only came in last season, so it's been quite a big one. And that's something Gordon touched on as well, is how they have any years bonus COVID season, so it's quite interesting. But I'm no lying, I'm having quite a bad day because I don't even know where his in. So it's great. We'll talk about Clydebank and Borough. How do we see it going? Like
for me, I mean, I was at the. I've seen Clydebank a couple of times this season, but Clydebank had its game, and I'm going to say that's one of the best games from both teams. It's a fantastic game of football. Anything could have won it. I mean, I think they had one attack where they hit the bar, they hit the post. I think Max Curry cleared 4 off the line. It was just one of those games. At the end of the midweek after. But Clydebank for me, it's a spectacular season. Played really well last season and kind of threw it away near the end of the season. At all. I think if they get the 3 points, they'll start to relax a little bit. That's the like between them and Borough. So I think that will just be a factor of the day, and I think Moff will just put the boys at ease, tell them that keep doing what you do, and the results should come their way. So I think that's again. I think if George Borough were playing at home, I'd probably been at home a few times, and that's not a good place to go. Trying to they know how to play there. So for me, so I think they'll definitely get promoted.
I think that one thing probably I would say about Johnston Borough is I would probably say they're better than the Astros. Just because they'll get better. And they've got a manager that will coach. Greg, one of the that will coach them and they will want to play. I do think Johnston Borough will be will benefit from going and playing in the Astro. I think looking at Clydebank, I think you're absolutely right. They went on a wee run here. Cardiff and Chapel and Paul and Johnston Borough. It's almost like a league winning run. And that makes sense. And to come out the other side of that, on with Cardiff, as you said, and then going to Chapel and then going to Paul and winning and Newell and Johnston. I think if they get through this, they'll navigate very well. Those 3 games. I know. I think that North really manage this piece, and they'll be getting into know the game and how big it is. And so on the other side, because like you said, I couldn't in the catch anyway. If Johnston Borough managed to sneak a victory up the other day, then just maybe it gives it a wee bit of hope. Maybe it gets like that looking over the shoulders like that. But for me, I just think they might have too much streetwise, a bit too much experience. They've got great experience in a team with Willishman and Davy Simon. Do you know what I mean? And Keir Sampson and
last year.
I think so, and I think that was probably the reason that Gordon identified the 2 or 3 big players to go and sign, and David Simon at centre half, and I think we need to go and get 3 or 4 really good players to put us over there. And as I said, brought in boys we expect. Times over. David always won the Scottish Cup and things like that, so leading the SPL will come on it. So these boys key stuff. So
I tell you what, right? Because I've managed to find the recording, I'll just put it on my phone. We'll talk a little bit on Lithgow bonus and then we'll move back to Clydebank. So this is, I asked them how important, like I said, I asked them how important it is for the town and stuff. So this is what Gordon had to say on that. My platform's all work.
It's a huge day for both clubs, both towns. Like you say, it's a rival who's got a huge history. I know you don't know much about the Lowland League, but they've been missing for a good few seasons due to Bowness getting promoted into the Lowland League during COVID, and Lithgow kept missing out, but we managed to get promoted in the Lowland League last season, so we got the derby back. A win this season, but they managed to beat them last season, so it was good to get a win at Newtown Park. I think the Powder deal probably one of the biggest in Scotland with the Championship and the Premier League, so it shows you the level of interest in the game. Huge occasion for going forward to it.
It's great to hear, isn't it? Because I think you look at the Lowland League and the structure, we can talk about the system now. It's no really, but I would hope that you're looking maybe 5-6 years, you'll have loads of games like the teams get rivalries in. Like if you say Clydebank, what there you could have Clydebank going. You know what I mean? Teams like that. It's great to hear. Right now, I've been a couple of Lowland games. It's been great. You know what I mean? Football's okay, but I don't know. Maybe old school teams with history that if they want to push football league, they get opportunity to do so.
You look at the Lowland League now compared to a few years gone by. I know you've obviously it's been dominated in terms of promotion by East Scotland teams. You've had Kelty have done remarkably well. With City, you've got Rose have done really well. These teams go through and stay up. Spartans again, sorry, that's another team. But you look at East Kilbride, there's a better support over the years. Being the biggest town in the country, they should. Harry Bracewell have really surprised me with limited knowledge at the level. They've really surprised me this season with how competitive they've been. I think it's probably going to be a wee bit too late. Like they've only got 7 games left and a point behind, but East Kilbride 10 games left. I think East Kilbride have decent quality. But now you've got Linlithgow in it, good history, good fan base. Trinent, Roxburn, Bonet on the top half, East Lowland, Cowden, Berwick Rangers. You're starting to get quite a lot of teams who it's no your Broomhills, and without it being disrespectful, no Broomhill, Cadbury's don't have a great support, all Colts don't have a great support. It's no like academies who have come through. Yeah. Kind of similar to some of our fourth division sides in the west of Scotland. So you can get a Clydebank in it, in it, you eventually get like a Pollock, a Talbot.
Even for the East, you're looking at things that you're talking about. Yeah,
I know.
club as well. You know, so there's
Right, that's kind of the point where you start getting what I call, even going back to the west of Scotland, which are legacy type clubs, who are bigger clubs. And could you imagine? So I remember when I first started playing juniors, my team at the East, all were a big team in the West. Now, all could sort out the situation they're in, and they get promoted within a couple of seasons. And imagine Pollock and Linlithgow, two of them are playing each other with 3 or 4 weeks left of the season. You're looking at good crowds travelling, and it's proper football. I think it would be really, really. Mm-hmm. And the other teams that are struggling, Albion Rovers, you know.
And again, I seen them earlier on in the season in a cup game, and I was honest. Add that kind of historical look at them, you know, the Blue Brazil, you know, that the football, and I watched them against a team that I thought, you know, levels should have been, and that's what it's for me. And yeah, you get, you know, Paul, Clydebank, they bring supporters, they bring a wee bit of profile. So I think you can all be stronger and these teams.
And we don't want to lose the other teams from now. Even the way we're talking, but I do think there should be a more fluid up and down. You know, all down. I don't know why it just makes so much more sense. There's all sorts of rumours about putting things in place that's really going to make it difficult for teams to get promoted to the Lowland League. And again, these are just rumours. I was talking about they've brought in all the Lowland League teams to be of bronze level status. Yeah. And part of the bronze award means you have to have a doctorate, which for teams at your level is going possible in terms of finance and obviously finding a doctor that's going to come do it.
You look at years gone by when they had the 10,000 seat stadium criteria for the Premier League. That wasn't relevant. That wasn't these games official. But you start putting in stipulations that make it very difficult for the level to grow. And you said, what year with Falkirk never did 10,000 seat stadium to get into the Premier League? I think it's Dave Motherwell or Aberdeen.
I'll tell you a story about that. We played in all that. And I don't know if you were in Easter. The dressing rooms are massive, heavy doors. Push. Motherwell, and they were but Falkirk saved their breaking base. Terry Butcher was a manager, and I've never seen him more mental. And all my life, it's Terry Butcher. That. I was just young boys. We were we used to begin and sweep the dressing room after that. So we're standing in the corridor right to begin. He ripped the door off the hinges and flung it up the corridor. And this door took 3 of us to lift it. You know what I mean? And he was that raging and that full of adrenaline that he absolutely ripped this door. And we were just standing like trying to make eye contact. His team for getting beat. So I remember that year very well.
And they stayed up as well. But that is the thing. I think you need to be sensible. Hi Toby. You need to be sensible with what you're doing. Apologies if you're watching on the stream. This is just the first time we've tried it. We literally set this up 20 minutes ago. So we're trying to see if we can get pauses, breaks and stuff so that stuff for that. It's 4 hours a long time. But I'm going to put on ask Gordon how it's not there. Ask Gordon what he's expecting. Is he expecting a similar challenge from the first game? Because it was 3-1 in think it was a tight 3-1. So on paper, it doesn't look quite as close as the game's probably been. So I've asked him what he thought, if he's expecting the same result as last time, or the same kind of game as last time.
Will it be a similar game to the one earlier in the season? Been fortunate enough to play in a lot of these games as well as managing them. So I know what it's like, the bubbled up ball. It's almost like a cup final kind of thing with the level of interest in it. So it's just up to my guys to go and handle the occasion. We were excellent at Newton Park earlier in the season when we won 3-1, moved into men just before half time 2-1 up, and maybe a wee bit fearful that we go 45 minutes to hang on in a derby. We were excellent, like I say, we managed to get a third goal and come away with a 3-1 victory. So I'm looking for a similar performance for my guys to that earlier in the season, and for what they've been like most of the season. They've been outstanding at their man. So we're just looking to finish high up in the league as we can, and I think if 3 points a day, that'll go towards it.
He says it's like a cup final. Now, I've been fortunate enough to play in a few Talbot Cumnock derbies, losing them all, but it does feel like a cup final kind of game when you're playing in it, and I think that, like I said, neither team are going to win that league. I think that it's East Kilbride to lose, but I think that because I think there's only 3 miles between the two towns, it's going to be a massive game for them. And I think it's as massive for the towns as well, because you know what it's like, these people work together and they pass across all the time. They'll be desperate to have a wee bit of bragging rights about it. Bonus have been a very iffy season for me. Played 25, won 9, drawn 8, lost 8. And Lithgow played 26, won 16, drawn 7, and then lost 3, which is actually, I think, a really solid season for them. They're just not going to be able to get themselves into that playoffs.
Yeah.
But I think that these games are really.
It's derby. You know what I mean? You know, you can look at the league games all day as it how the form's been going. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just great to see so many people at these games. You know, you're going to get. I don't know how many do you reckon this game like that. I mean, I was at the Apollo game a couple of weeks ago. You know, you're looking for. So just getting that many close to the club as well, you know, and it helps the gate, it helps the money, it helps with exposure. We're going mental that night while the pattern about the game, so that's a great thing to play.
And it's just great to be talking about it.
I know.
It's great to be talking about a game like this in the Lowland League, in a league where nothing could then go in. And also, and as we said at the start, I'm sure everybody just hopes that he's going to do the business and get promoted, and then we'll see who comes down or whatever into the Lowland League. Probably who are sitting what money too. You keep into it, and hopefully or whatever. And then we can get there.
Sonic in the screen. Sonic's walking past on the screen there. You don't get that in Clyde, I tell you, whatever they're called, who knows what they're called. See, on right, they're sitting top, 18 wins, 3 draws, 3 losses, 90 goals scored, impressive. But they got comfortably dispatched 4-1 last week against Ali Braves. I watched the highlights this morning, and I thought that the defending for Bride was particularly poor at the goals. What I would say, right, because I think Mick Kennedy, everybody's been right, he's done a good job. So there's always the fact that he's had money to spend, right? There's no any joking about that or anything. He's always had that right, but at the same time, it brings different challenges from having no money. Gets promoted from the Super First or the Conference into the Premier League. Wins the Premier League first time down for Villa, won it really impressive. Loses to Trinent in the playoffs. Everybody's surprised at that. But then you're going to see that Trinent are actually good side. They're on the top 5 in the league, so they're a good side. So that was more, I suppose, for the West of Scotland, that was ignorance on their side.
Plus, is what I do.
Aye, that's true. Aye. And then
not me, by the way, just the general consensus was they wanted to see Darvel through. everybody great value.
So they lost that, right? Then they go with East Kilbride, and they beat Ayr United and stuff with some really good results. And even next team beating Aberdeen is the greatest cup show that I think we might ever see in this country. They won the league last season and then lose the playoff to St. Ra. Who was it that won the Highland League hockey last season?
Mhm.
And they never, there was a mess up and they couldn't play each other, so they went straight to play St. Ra. Lose that. A game that you expected them to win. Is there a bottle question here? And I'm not having a go. This is a genuine question because they clearly have very good sides. They play very good football, good players. Mick, I've seen his kind enough to invite me down a couple of years ago when he was at Darvo to watch some pre-season. I was really impressed with the setup. I thought they were great. I thought he was really good in the way he came in and put his points across. But do we have a wee bottle issue here if they don't go up this season?
I think it's difficult because Mick is only ever going to get judged on one game.
Aye.
Or like two. I know it's two, but you know what I mean? Like, that's going to be what he's judged on. It doesn't matter if he wins whatever cup they're in or if he wins the league. Nobody's going to care because he's only going to be judged on that playoff win. And if he doesn't win the playoff, everybody's going to go, oh, he's a failure or he's a bottle, that kind of thing. And that's pretty unfair when you think about it. He's done. In terms of backing and stuff, I think he's been very clever in the jobs that he's took because he's going into situations that
he knows he's
going to be in a favourable position. But the hardest thing to do in football is to win, and it's even harder when you should win. I always say that, and that's one of the things I go back to talking about what Murphy's done, because everybody's expecting them to win. Everybody expects them to win, and that brings itself a different pressure that they're not used to.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's really impressive what he's done. I think the way that they play football, you watch them against United, I watched them game live. I think they were outstanding. The bravery that they showed in terms of taking the ball and playing and being all over the top of United, it was incredible. Impressive. So I think it's unfortunate that he's going to get judged on that one game, but unfortunately that's what it is when he uses his team. And personally, I hope that they do enough to beat the Highland team, or whoever is in the league. Also, I'm going to say no. I wouldn't question the bottle. Just say when you're down to one game, it's different because everything in football is important.
I agree with Johnny. That's extremely well put. You know, it's down to him, and you think he's got enough. I think he's got enough to get the players over that and get them in the right mindset for it. But yeah, yes, judged on that one game, no matter how successful you've been all season and how well you played, and like you played just doing the game. So
and games like last week when we beat off Cali Braves, and I saw Cali Braves last season against Troon, and I wasn't overly impressed. In fact, I watched them twice last season. And watched them against Troon. Was impressed with them against Trinent, not so much against Troon. But results like that, I would say, is a good thing for me. It allows them to reset and not just coast into the league where they know that this can happen.
Challenge.
Yeah, because they need to build. Because I would suggest that the last thing they do is operate, you know, and then they get caught in the bottom of that against an experienced league team.
Yeah, keeping them on edge, keeping them on that cost. I agree with that.
Right, we will go back to Clydebank Johnson Borough.
I'm not saying what I said earlier.
No. I wasn't listening the whole time. I was too busy. Actually, come in and dial up, and I knew that was a problem. And I was too late. I just didn't bother doing it. And it's annoying me that I can't get the pause on this. I even removed the Facebook live, so apologies if anyone's watching that to see if that would work. I don't know what's going on. So, because we have been using a software called StreamYard and we're trying to get a pause, I appreciate this is massively unprofessional. We're just chatting about this just now, but I'd have no idea how to fix it. That would be nice. You could get us in the comments. But we are only, what time is it? We're only 4.5 minutes away from kickoffs, and really beginning. We're starting to see how the day is going to pan out. Clydebank and Johnson Borough, we have spoken about it quite a bit where Clydebank, like I said at the top of the show, Clydebank win. I just do not see any way that anybody can stop them. I mean, I think that if they win today, they are now at the stage where they could afford to drop 12 points in the last 13 games and probably still win it by 6 or 7 points. It's unlikely.
You wouldn't think so. I mean, looking at you were talking about check there when you were trying to. We lost 6 games last year in the league.
Drew 6, lost 6.
Drew 6, lost 6. You're looking at 9 more games where Clydebank went.
You look at the fact that Johnson Borough dropped points in more than a third of their games last season and won the league. Clydebank dropped 3 points in 3 games this season, not one defeat.
And if they win today, you could talk about them going undefeated the whole season. I think that's a very real possibility for them. You know, if they win today, that will then triple up again. They're out. Shocks against Rocks and Atherley.
Well, that's something I'm going to put out to anybody listening or watching just now. If you remember the last time that a team won in the top flight in the West of Scotland /juniors, as we can get us on WhatsApp at 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us on X and Instagram at Football Live. Because I don't remember anybody ever going a full season unbeaten.
It's so hard. It's
a hard end.
Particularly at this level where you have, we spoke about it, it was myself and the guys spoke about it last week, where you're working full-time jobs. You're not looking after yourself properly. Like, as much as guys look after themselves better. Aye, but there's only so much you can do when you're working full-time. You're trying to get to the gym. Aye, you do not have the same facilities that your senior sides have to allow you the recovery time and all. I just don't remember anybody going a season unbeaten. So really interesting.
And then you've got games as well, which all throw up random results, because you're finishing work at 5 o'clock.
I'm trying to get there after 6.
Drive at 6 in the morning, you're driving field.
Because you look at, for me as well, you look at Johnson Borough, who again have a great season in my opinion, having a really good season, but they've dropped points in 7 of the 17 games. Right, below that you get St Gallups, who dropped 7 times in 16 games. Troon 7 times in 16 games. Below that, Talbot 10 times in 16 games. So too many points to be dropped. That's the case because there's so many teams are so at a similar level in this league that you're going to get them dropping points.
Right, there's good teams.
But we flip it right. Johnson Borough win today. Then what do we think?
Personally, I still think back in the league. Personally, that's my feeling. I think they've just got too much in the tank, but it'll make it a whole lot more interesting. Yeah. Certainly, and then it'll be interesting to see. I don't know. There's midweek games next week. I don't know if any of those 2 teams are involved in games. But that then makes it even more interesting going into them, just to see if Johnson Borough win today, what's Clydebank's reaction in their next game. That would be really telling as to where they go. So personally, I still think Clydebank's got too much cushion, too much about them. But the next game after this will be.
If Johnson Borough do get a result today, Clydebank would go. Maybe either we spell the Clydebank walking them on for the last push for the season. So it would be interesting to see how they react. But yeah, that was
Clydebank play Gartcairn on Tuesday at home.
Let's get to Gartcairn soon, right? Let's get to Gartcairn soon. That is one that I really want to talk about. But we're going to go for a quick break. And I will press the right button this time. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. That's the button there, right there. So if you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp at 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us on X and Instagram at @Football Live. If there is anything you want to get in touch with us about, ask the guys or ask myself, or even just have a rant, get in touch with us, and we're more than happy to a wee chat with you. We'll be right back after this. So if you're watching this, my apologies. Had to shut the camera over just for a quick break so that Johnny can turn around and eat. But don't go away. I'm going to close this over and we'll be back in 1 minute's time. And welcome back to Saturday Football Live. Apologies to our lovely fans on the 6 people that are watching on YouTube, and it's greatly appreciated. I don't know what's happened to my camera, but this is completely learning curve for us. So apologies if you're listening back to this as well at a later date. We've just had a lot of stuff. We only decided at about 12:30 that we're going to have a go at doing the live stream. So it's really just a learning curve for us, and we'll see how it goes. So I don't know why my camera's not working now. It's really annoying me. But anyway, we had a chat with Murdy, the manager at Johnson Borough. Asked him how happy. So we touched on how good their form's been.
Yeah.
Asked him how happy he's been with the fact that they've only lost 1 game in the last 15 games, which to me it's massive, really. I think it's really impressive that they have managed to, because the start of the season was a bit slow as well. The fact that they've been able to get to where they are is quite impressive for me.
It's not that, it's just, they've just come up as well and they've been competing where they are this season. It's down to some phenomenal management and the players' effort this season. So they'll be really happy where they're sitting. They're going to feel really good about this season. If they can keep competing, keep getting a couple of results, it'll make it feel even better. But yeah, if they can get something out today, it's an easy conversation. Let's keep pushing it and see if we can get Clydebank having a couple of banana skins towards the end of the season. And you never know, but I think they'll be phenomenally happy with where they're sitting in the league. I think, as you said, 15 wins, is it, at the last?
No, so they've 1 defeat in the last 15.
Which is a phenomenal run.
Right.
So again, they're going to be really happy where they're sitting, and today's big.
We'll see what Murdy had to say about that 15 games were only the 1 defeat.
The boys have been absolutely brilliant. They've built a real consistency, and as you say, losing only 1 of the last 15 games, and that game was a tightly contested affair with a lot of big games against really tough opposition, and managed to get the result, sometimes getting the result late on in games and finding a way to win games, and that's important with any league season. So I can only praise them, and absolutely delighted with their efforts thus far. But there's a lot of football to go, so we've got a lot left to do.
I think he is. You're obviously going to get a lot of times where managers will be coy in a sense, but he's got to be buzzed. He's got to be so happy with the fact that they've only lost, and it was at a Talbot game where
3-2.
And it was in the West. It didn't affect the league. Probably a benefit for Tonks to say they win the day. that's probably a benefit for them that they're out of the West Cup as well, even though as much as you want to win everything, if they can win the day, then it could benefit them in the long run.
I think for me, what will be most pleasing for Monday is football term, like it up them. Do you know what I mean? But that he's instilled a character into them to go and get these victories and to go and win these games. And I think that will be the most pleasing thing for Murdy. Footballers, of course you can, and you can make them into a good football team. But it's really difficult to coach a character into a team.
Yeah, that desire and that will, that want to win and digging out the games where they are struggling in their games, and you're just saying he'll be thoroughly impressed with that side of the performances.
Because we've all been, I mean, I'm sure we've all had those experiences where you go to teams that you think they like to play nice football, so we'll get stuck into them and we'll get in a bit of early doors. And, do you know what I mean? We'll try and make it difficult for them. But what they've shown in the last few games, or a couple of times in the last few weeks, is the ability to get over that. And that, as I repeated, that will probably please Murdy so much more than if they were just going passing teams to death and beating them 5 and 6-0.
The results have been very close. You look, Gartcairn 2-1. They beat Troon 2-1, which to me I thought that was a really good result against Troon.
They came from behind. You know, the Troon went. I'm sure Troon went in front.
They lost 3-2 to Talbot. They beat the Drum 2-1, and even though the Drum have kind of had a wee dip, they're still a difficult side to beat.
Well, they're not doing it 10 minutes. They laugh at
10 minutes. So they're able to show a bit of character.
That's massive. Yeah, those kind of games you're digging out results.
I've asked Murdy how important the 3 points are, and I think again he is quite coy because they've got to say certain things. They can't just say, "Oh well, if we don't win, then I think the Clydebank are going to win the league." But this is what Murdy. This is what Murdy had to say on that. That's the way it works. I don't know what is going on with this today. I'm having a bad one. There we go.
We want to go really give a good account of ourselves. We want to go get the 3 points tomorrow. Obviously, the importance of the game is there for everybody to see. However, I would suggest that there's loads and loads of football to be played for both clubs and other clubs in the league, of course. Clydebank just entered the second half of their season, and not long entering the second half of their season ourselves. So there's a lot of big games to be played for both teams as we move forward, and there's a long way to go in this title race.
There is a lot more to go in a title race, but realistically, if Clydebank win, then I just don't see how anybody else can stop.
You've got to say that.
Of course.
Of course we do. And as I said, I'm good friends with Greg Mitchell, one of the coaches at Johnston Burren, and we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago, and that's what he was saying. They've just got to keep winning. Just keep winning.
Just keep doing their side of things, yeah.
Just keep winning games and see what happens and see where it takes them. And if they can get a result today against their direct competitors, the team they're trying to chase, then who knows?
And geez, that would be a scalp and a half to get for the first league defeat for Clydebank. So that's a big momentum sway.
That's also a psychological win as well. It's definitely a big one. Now we've got games are kicking off, so I'm just going to check and see how we are. We've got a goal in the first minute. Easterhouse have taken the lead against Giffnock. Giffnock obviously massively improved under John DL, but Easterhouse really need to go for it and try and get any chance to get themselves promoted. Because like we said, that fourth division, top 2 spots are done for me. Yeah. Really interesting start to Irvine Meadow and Ashfield game. Meadow 2-0 up. So 76. Kyle Gunn scores the opening goal after 76 seconds. David Anderson after 3 minutes. 2-0 up after 3 minutes. That's a massive start for the Meadow. Yeah. Particularly, which something we'll touch on, is them losing to Rob Roy during the week, which was an absolutely huge one.
It's been a tough season for Ashfield this year. They really need to get a result today. for me.
I see the new management team in
Yes,
as well.
so Peter Hill, I think went in.
Peter Hill, yeah.
I've known Peter. We've worked a game at Ashfield for a few years now. I've known Peter over the years working with the development squad. He's a great guy. It's a tough job to go into.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's.
So was he at their development squad?
Yeah.
So we've got our first goal in one of our featured fixtures. Renfrew are 1-0 up after a penalty against St Roch's.
Sorry. You can write that's good.
So, like,
It's a long way to go.
87 minutes to go. There's still a lot of football to be played.
We got a goal at Troon as well. Troon won
Yep.
against Liverpool.
An own goal in that match takes Troon 1-0 up. The Thorn are
Sounds like a good own goal as well. A slice into your own net. I've done that a few times at the front post.
The Thorn.
Cup final for the school once. 2 own goals in one game. The keeper gets the blame for one. I like 3 slices, but I sliced one in the top corner for the 18.
Well, the Thorn are 2-0 up against Glasgow Perthshire. They've really bounced back, but it looks like they've really bounced back after last week's defeat, so that's a really good one. In the third division as well, Glenvale are 1-0 up. Sean Daly with a goal. Tell you what, Sean Daly's a player that clubs above have got to be looking at.
Yeah,
he scores a lot of goals, scored a lot of goals in the fourth division, and he's shown again in this third division that he can score a lot of goals. He's really been chipping in late, and I think that's part of the reason why we've a wee upturn in results for Glenvale is the fact that you've got players like Sean who are so important, and they've got like Noah Young back there as well, who I think is a cracking player, really good player. No, definitely not.
And I thought as well, I thought they were in real bother this year. They were always just hovering in that kind of 4th or 5th bottom spot. And then great result last week to beat Girvan, who are round about them. And then if they can get a victory today against Reeve, then that would be another massive win for them.
Well, that's the thing. They beat Reeve, I think it was 5-1 early in the season. So I don't know what it is. Maybe they've got a wee something. The way Reeve play just suits them.
I don't know if you noticed that one. Thorn have won up against Perthshire. You just
Two up. Largs have just taken the lead against Benburb. We'll get ourselves back onto our featured fixtures with the fact that we're an hour and 12 minutes into the show and we've only get through 2 of our 6. So we'll need to cut it a bit shorter. But on that, Renfrew 1-0 up against the Rock, which is massive in terms of that first division. I've asked Jimmy Quigley, I spoke to him yesterday about how competitive this league really is. And I think that we've spoken about it at length for weeks and weeks, a couple of seasons to be honest with you, how competitive this league is. And I think that it's anybody's game, and I really fancy it to go to the last day for all 3 spots.
This is Royal Rover stuff, this league, let's be honest. I mean, as you said, if you could, there's not a league in the world where you could look at the first top 10 teams really, 10, 11 teams who are all still in that chance.
It's madness.
It's phenomenal. And today for Renfrew, I think it's massive for Renfrew. Again, 3 points. They need the 3 points to keep them up with Kilwinning, just to keep them up fighting for top spot. Kilwinning get a wee game in hand on them. So massive for Renfrew, but again, massive for St Roch's. They've had a fantastic season. Again, people that probably didn't think they would be doing what they did this season with the new management team going in and settling in. But I think they've been brilliant. St Roch's. But yeah, interesting league. You throw your towel over the top 11 and take your pick.
Because the thing is, the teams who are sitting, I don't think your Cumbernaulds and stuff will do enough to get in that.
No.
But the teams that are all sitting in there, like Cumbernauld, Thorneywood, and Kilbirnie, they all have games in hand.
Yeah.
And if they can throw a couple of results together, you're really looking at the top 10 and then in what a 16-team league. I mean, that is
phenomenal.
It's crazy.
It's genuinely a league where, with the exception of probably Blantyre, maybe Ashfield, it's impossible to pick games against anybody.
I know.
Everybody could. If any team beat any other team apart from those two, if they win, then it's maybe a wee bit of a surprise. But any other team beats any other team, you're no surprised at all.
Because you've
14, Paul, and they're sitting 17 points.
I know.
Do you know what I mean? There's nothing between 17 and even 20.
Because you look at the 2 teams who are really fighting out, Rob Roy and Irvine Meadow, who 2 years ago they were both in the Premier League. You know what I mean? It's so. But look, we'll see what Jimmy's had to say. And apologies to the people watching it live. I'm going to put my headphones up so hopefully you can hear it. It's not been a great day for technical stuff. But we'll see what Jimmy had to say about how competitive he feels that the league really is.
And try and give your best to limit the mistakes you make and then punish teams when you're on top. It must be good for supporters of other clubs, it's also good for managers to try and navigate away through this season, but I think the pressure will
I won't lie, I don't really know what he said. I had to take my headphones off there. So,
well, he was just outlining that it's good for supporters at the league so tight, but maybe not for managers. And I can understand where he's coming from. As you know, my best mate George is in it, me ball now, and you're looking at all the results and you're thinking, like, where does that leave us in the table? So no, he's absolutely right. Very softly spoken, Jimmy. I've never met him, but very softly spoken. I'm sure he's like that in the dressing room.
Did you ever play against Jimmy?
I don't think so, maybe, but I don't think
It's
so.
not softly spoken.
No,
I was quietly unassuming.
He definitely was not quite.
We go in our featured game. What was someone up against fourth?
Well, there we go then. I don't see anything but a Whitlock's winning that game.
That's a tough one.
So I'm going to play these through my phone so they can be heard better. But it's very much for me. Renfrew have to win. They're in the position where they've got the most games played. They have to get results. Because so they win the day, right? They're on 36 points after 21 games. The Rock have 2 games in hand and only 3 points behind. But if the Rock win, the Rock go 3 points clear with 2 games in hand. And it's hard to see. I think Renfrew need to win the next 2 or 3 to make sure that when it comes to the last couple of games, they're still in the hunt. Because I think if they drop points in the next 2 or 3, then they fall out and they're one of the teams that will quickly go because the sheer volume of games that they've played compared to teams about them. 5 games more than Arthurlie and only a point clear them. You don't see Arthurlie not being able to catch them on that.
I know.
Paul, sorry, just to jump in there, just seen a quick update on one of the featured games. That's Eglinton taking the lead against Rossville.
Well, that is something we're going to come back to when we talk to Josh. I asked Josh about the fact that they lose goals early on, and it's something that I know has been bothering
them. No, I think, see when you're looking at the league, you're thinking, who see at the start of the season, whose ambition, like whose expectations were getting promoted, and I probably don't think Renfrew
definitely.
You know, so, and I don't think St Roch's probably were either. You're probably looking. I would expect the guys that go in would be expected to be up there. Petershill, Arthurlie, Rutherglen, probably Cumbernauld, probably Oviedo would have been the teams that were looking at that this season, thinking we need to get back into the Premier League.
I agree with that.
So, in terms of promotion, in terms of relegation in the Premier League, we obviously will touch on Shotts beating Gartcairn last night, which was an absolutely massive result. We have Troon obviously 1-0 up against Hurlford. Hurlford are in a real situation now with Shotts having the game in hand and only being Shotts are only 2 points behind with a game in hand and away Shotts are playing. That could be enough for them. But I've asked Jimmy about how pleasing last week's win was for them because they've obviously been quite inconsistent. They've had draws against Rob Roy, draws against Irvine Meadow. All the teams that are down that you expect them to beat, I think with Blantyre they drew as well. I think they'd have been looking for 6, possibly 7 points out of those 3 games at a minimum, and they've come away with 3. That's what kills them. If they had another 4 points or 5 points and they're sitting top of the league,
we're looking at it at the top of the league, have drawn 6 each, and the 3 teams below them have only drawn 3 between them. So that you don't want that when a factor coming in.
So here's what Jimmy had to say about that.
It's good to get back to winning ways on Saturday. Really tough performance against a really good team. Had to be clinical when the chances came as. We have been a wee bit inconsistent recently over the last few games, but to be fair to the boys, I think we've thrown away points for winning positions, but it's down to a couple of dubious penalties and a worldly free kick, so it's hard to be too critical on them, but really pleased after Saturday's performance and especially scored goals at the right time. Sure the players are enjoying the pressure or something just now.
I think that he's obviously saying that it's not quite as cut and dry as them dropping points when they probably shouldn't, but it's points dropped regardless, and you can't afford that. We've got another goal at Meadow Park. Meda are now 3-0 up against Ashfield. That game looks dead and buried after 19 minutes.
And just on topic, Renfrew are now 2-0.
Wow.
And
Wow.
Larks look as if they're 2-0 up against Ben.
Wait, they're 2-1. St Rox will just pull one back.
Oh.
You're joking. What a game that's going to be, by the way.
We say it every week about getting your money's worth with the rest of Scotland. But, aye,
I love going to the West.
Well, we've got in the second division, we touched on a featured game that Whitlets are 1-0 up against Forth. Nielsen have just taken the lead against Les Mahago. Les Mahago also in serious trouble, are getting dragged into that relegation zone, and they need to be picking up some points. Nielsen have been a bit off form for me the last few weeks, even getting the win against Craigmark, which was a very narrow victory for them last week. That's a big one for them today. They really need to go and win that. And they've maybe been fortunate that it's Les Mahago and Craigmark that they've faced in the last couple of weeks to maybe just get themselves back into that winning way. Because they're at the bottom of that division. We've got Les Mahago sitting on 20 points, Forth 16, the Ants 16, and Craigmark going on 3. So that's a really big goal. Dylan Fletcher with a goal there. We've got a goal at Darvel. Darvel are 1-0 up against Pollock.
That's big.
Again, we're going to talk about that relegation.
Pollock's been a funny one for me this season. It's been so up and down.
With the age of their team and stuff, they're going to be quite inconsistent, and there's obviously a lot of issues in the background there, which...
Darvel not exactly had that season to set them on fire this season, have they?
But considering they lost the first 5, I think they lost the first 5 league games.
Yeah.
The last 11 games, they've won... If they win this today, so the last 12 games, they'll have won 3, drawn 5, and lost 4. That's no terrible form. That's no bottom of the table form.
But with Shots winning last night, they really need to win.
Yeah.
You know, they need to win to keep pace with Shots picking up 3 points last night.
Well, if they win today, they go a point behind Gartcairn with 4 games in hand. Gartcairn are in trouble. Right, we're going to move on to our second division game. We're talking about Whitlets are 1-0 up. We spoke to Jerry Ward, the manager of Forth. I spoke to him on Thursday. Toby's telling me to turn. I've already done it and it's not working, Toby. I've tried it, mate, and I don't know why it's not working. Jerry talks about how it's really how important it is for them to win this game, because you're in a position that you can say what you want, and obviously managers are going to have to, they can't just come out and say to us, if we don't win this, it's over.
Yeah.
But they're in a position where Les Mahago and Canvas Lang are 4 points clear of them. Ahead of that, Bellshill and Yoker are 8 points clear. You're going to struggle to pick up the amount of points that they need at this stage of the season.
And it's the problem they've got is it's a 4-point gap. A 4-point gap's horrible. You know what I mean? Because if you're looking at 3 or 2 or whatever, then you've always got that chance. But you subconsciously, you're aware that even if you do win, the teams above you don't, then you're still knowing in front of them. So you need to pick up 2, maybe 3 victories, not just 1. You can't just get away with a lucky 1 victory. You need to put a couple of results together to get yourself up there. So,
and when you've only won 4 games in the first 17, that becomes very difficult.
It does.
I'm going to get Jerry's interview up again. I apologise for how the technical issues have been today. I feel that's what I'm doing. But
St Rox 2 each.
Wow. Now your St Rox results no looking too bad. But I tell you, if you're Jimmy Quigley, you are absolutely fuming.
What's that? 20 minutes gone.
The goals aren't finished in that game.
You're absolutely fuming with that. So this is what Jerry had to say on it being a must-win.
Going into the match against Canvas Line, I didn't feel it was a must-win game. I was without my left back, my 2 first-choice centre-backs, and my right back, who's been out long-term injured. Experienced midfielder Nicky Patterson was also missing. So it was a very, very young side that we had, with a lot of inexperienced under-20s on the bench. Some people on the bench carrying knocks as well. Very early, or as a substitute with a back and calf injury. I lost a centre midfielder after 20 minutes, who's been out most of the season with a knee injury, so we're kind of patched up. And having beaten Canvas Lang 6-2 in the previous game at home, we're going into it very confident. I didn't see it as a must-win game as such. We've got a lot of football to play with 13 games to go, and if history tells me last year, we were sitting second bottom, had they won in 3 months. Ultimately, we got ourselves up to 7th position, joint 7th with Muirkirk. So there's a lot of football to play. There's a lot of other teams out there that are going to beat each other in a difficult league. So we'll take an away point. In the end, we're disappointed not to win, but in terms of the way the game went with the penalty decision, then get down to 10 men to score a late penalty ourselves, it just showed the boys showed a lot of character. And it was pretty much a dominant performance on a poor surface. So weighing it up days later, it's probably a good point, an important point. As you know, all points are important at this stage of the season.
John, this is something. Well, there you go then. This is something we spoke about quite a few times on the podcast. Is points can be really important at the bottom end of the table, but see when you're touching on it's a 4-point gap, it becomes very difficult to be able to. It becomes very difficult to be able to get that kind of momentum that you need to claw it back. But actually,
because their form's not bad.
No.
See if you look at the last 6 games, they've only lost 1 of the last 6 games.
Yeah.
But they've just not picked up a lot. But I mean, Jerry sounds like he's not panicking. Certainly, from what he's saying there. So obviously today's not going the way they want.
Yeah, and again, you get to that stage of the season where you heard them talking about players picking up the injuries, there's players coming off during games, and it's going to be a big factor for a lot of teams at this stage of the season. So yeah, you can hopefully you can keep people fit and keep the guys' needs in and keep the injuries down on them as well.
I think so. Just to look at some more results coming in, Cosyth are 1-0 up against Lugar, Johnny. That's a bit disappointing for you. West Park of a penalty.
Not anymore, it's not.
Oh, well, look, I'm trying to get there. Trying to get it right. West Park are 1-0 up against Carluke.
They've been phenomenal this season. I don't think anybody expected them to be sitting where they're sitting this season.
No.
So they've got to be happy.
Considering
Not scoring a lot of goals, no conceding a lot either, but they just seem to be grinding out the
And what a result last week as well.
I know, really big one. Craig Mark have taken the lead against Yoker. I spoke to Lee Orr, who is on the committee at Craig Mark last week, and he was saying that we're actually really good against Nielsen. Maybe it's a wee turn for them. We know it's too late. It's far too late. There's no way that they can do it right. But maybe now the pressure's gone, you can start picking up because they've got Andy Strachan, they've got Reece Wilson, good players. Like when I was there, they were very good players. 2 of our most important players. Scott Sherry's very talented player. Scott, they've got quality there.
And I see they've signed a few boys for next season as well already. So they're obviously planning for next year, So
I think it's important. We've got a goal at Glenafton. Glenafton are 1-0 up against Beath. Beath's season's not been great, has it? It's really not been great. I just think it's been such a letdown compared to how it's been the last 2 years. I understand losing players and whatever. Lanark are 1-0 up against Bells Hill, so that's Lanark trying to keep themselves in that hunt after losing last week to Lark Hall in the 2nd division. They really need that. Brian Henderson has just scored for Perthshire to make it 2-1 to the Thorn against Perthshire, and congratulations to Brian on the birth of his child recently, so congratulations, a former teammate of mine there. Cali Locals are 1-0 up against Cambuslang Rangers. They're also in a position where they need to be very careful in that 2nd division. We're talking about 4th being 4 points behind them, but they've got 2 games in hand. 1 win out of their 2 games, and Cambuslang are in a lot of pressure.
Cambuslang have been shelling goals in this season. You were talking earlier on that 4th were one of the highest conceders of that league, but I think Cambuslang beat them with 50 conceded, which, they're scoring 47, which is quite a lot of goals, but geez, that's a lot of goals to concede. So they really need to kind of shoot it up at the back to give themselves a fighting chance. But they're teetering on not a very good place, so they need a result, especially Les Mahigo. Couple of games in hand. So
if they ever did both teams to score coupons for the rest of Scotland, Cambuslang would win. But I think I've said this to you, PG, as well in the podcast. I just always feel Cambuslang will do enough just to keep them up. You know what I mean? With their experienced manager,
That's-
and he knows how to manage
experienced
players
players
and
as
stuff
well.
like that. Experienced players, manager.
And
They
it's
just
not
know
easy
what
to
to
go
do.
play either.
You know, they just
No,
know
I
what to
agree.
do and how to do enough to get them up. And he manages. One thing Paul does is he manages to get boys in. It's well documented the issues that the club's got, but he always manages to find somebody from somewhere to bring them in. And help
That's
them
life,
keep them
yeah.
in.
So know what you know.
Aye, no, absolutely. And Paul,
Especially in this world.
he's been around that long that you know these many people. But it's not just that; it's then convincing them to come and sign for you and come and play. And then that I would imagine that Paul's probably saying it has come in, do well for me, and then you can then move on or whatever. You know, go somewhere else.
Selling that vision as well.
Aye, definitely. And I know it's no the stadium's no in great state of repair just now, but the history of that club as well, you know, it's got that history. It's a big club.
It's used for cup finals for many a day, that place.
I know.
So they just need a wee bit of work, a bit of TLC.
It's a difficult situation for them. We'll move on to our third division game, Greenock and Girvan. You guys have gone for the draw. I think there's definitely improvement in Girvan. There's definitely improvement in how they've been. Obviously, they were comfortably beaten by Glenville last week, which I was surprised with after
3-2 St. Roch's.
Wow, that is.
This is going to be a big scoreline today.
It's just what are Renfrew doing? Why is this happening to me? I've got a draw there. Why is this happening to me?
Let's go. You go 2-0 up that early in a game, you know, and then you're 3-2 down before half time.
That's mental.
Jesus.
It's
a tough one to take. That.
By the way, remember last time we were in here was the 7-3 Bees and Benburg game. So see if we can beat that. See if
I think I've got a good chance of beating that today, by the way.
More than 10 games. Sorry,
back on Girvan. What I would say, obviously they beat Thrieve, but what I'd say Girvan have done well is they've beaten the teams about them. They've beaten Vale even. All right, Glenville beat them last week, but they beat Wishaw as well. They're picking up points against the right teams. And do you know, actually looking at that league table, Glasgow Perthshire, who 6 weeks ago were looking like a good shout to get promoted, they're now in danger of getting into the relegation zone, particularly if they lose today, which Glenville winning, if Girvan can get something, they're really in. That's quite concerning for them. Greenock, on the other hand, 6 points off Thorn with a game in hand, so it's still pretty tight and it's all to play for there.
Yeah, defensively, Greenock have been spectacular this season. Really, look at the league, you know, conceding 17 goals. There's not many teams over all the leagues that you'll see that kind of defensive performance. At home, I think that's going to be a big factor, and yeah, I can also see Greenock doing better. But again, Thorn have been spectacular this season. Greenock, for me, I mean, I did lean on them today, but yeah, the draw is quite possible. I haven't seen Girvan at all this season, so.
I think for Dino, like, I remember speaking to Dino when he first went in, and I said to him, you just need to set expectations this year. You're new in the job, you're a new manager, you're finding out. Obviously, he's massively experienced at senior level and then coaching with Jimmy for so many years at Troon. But you need to find out it's a hard place to go, it's a hard place to attract players to come down to. Because remember, you're 20 miles south of here.
Aye.
You know, and if you're coming from Glasgow or even Kilmarnock, it's difficult to go down there. So.
Johnny, 3-0 to Kilsyth against Lugar right now, so 3-0 there. Irvin Vicks have just scored a penalty against Glasgow United in that relegation battle there, so that is them potentially closing the gap to 4 points. Glasgow United 5 games in hand, so you'd expect them to do that. But I spoke to Dean yesterday as well. I asked him how important the 3 points are in the battle for relegation, or does he view it as a free hit? You're playing Greenock, who
really nothing to lose. It's the league, they're not conceding, so
it's whether you see it as a free hit there. So we'll see what Dean had to say on that.
Yeah, so listen, it's important 3 points because it's the next game, you know. In terms of the relegation battle, that's not something that I've gave too much thought to be honest, mate. I think that if we just keep playing our football, and we should stay clear of that. Obviously, later in the season, then maybe have a look over my shoulder or a look up the way, depending on where we are. But at the moment, it's not anything to do with the relegation battle. We're just looking at it as a chance to go and win the next game that we're playing. We got a great win away to Thieves, so that we've been waiting for that kind of moment. You know, we've taken care of teams about us at times in the league. Obviously, winning and losing against Glenville last week. but the other teams are about us. We've took 4 points at least so far. Wishaw and Irvine Vicks, we both took 4 points out of 6. We've managed to beat Villa League at home. We've still got Glasgow United to play twice. But the point that I was making was that we've not really had that moment where we beat one of the top teams in the league, and obviously beating 3 away, that changed. So growing belief with a poor result last week, but in all fairness to Glenville, they were much better in the second half and thoroughly deserved a win. And you see that the results that they're capable of having also. Good side Lewis has got there, and he's strengthened really well recently, so I've got a couple of good players. So listen, for us, it's not about relegation battles, but it's a chance to win the next 3 games. But it's going to be tough, Greenock, guys, he's an amazing young manager. He's got his stateside playing really, really good football, but also he can do a bit of everything. So it's going to be a challenge. We can mix it up. We can go direct. We've got Mark's in there from Drumchapel. Slick's a top striker at this level. South Frizz for Kilburn as well. So they've got good players. Added to the likes of Ryan Cinnamon that were already there. So good experience as well, which might come in handy when the closing stages of the league when they're up there challenging. But I didn't think there was too much in the game at our bit. I thought they probably shaded it in all fairness, but I didn't think there was too much between the teams. So looking forward to going there. It'll be a big pitch for us, and hopefully we can.
It's still 0-0 in that game. We've got a goal in the Royal Albert Knightswood game, and I think that my beloved Port Glasgow will be absolutely kicking themselves after last week's result. Royal Albert are 1-0 up. Michael Pender spoke about how I really got the impression from Michael that he did think Royal Albert was going to be a really tough game for them today, and I think it's proven to be the case. But Dean's talking about that. He doesn't think it's a be-all and end-all. And it probably isn't for them, particularly with the teams about them not winning just now. But it'd be an important win for them. Mm-hmm. It would really soften the gap between them and the teams.
Listen, I know Dean well enough, and I think I probably speak for every football guy. Every game matters. Do you know what I mean? I've never lost a game of football and I've went, oh, that didn't matter, that's all right.
Well,
do you know what I mean? So, and I'm sure everybody listening, all coaches, managers, players, supporters, they all feel the same. So every game matters, and I'm sure, and knowing Dean as I do, he'll prepare and he'll get the team ready as if they're playing the most important game in the season for today's game. And he's right. And like I said, when I spoke to him when he first went in, it's very similar to when George and I went in at Lugan. It's a building project. You're going in, keep them in the division this year, attract better players next year, and then in the year after, and see what you can build for there on. Don't set your expectations too high, because then you get uptight and you put pressure on yourself. So I think he's doing that really well, and it's great that they've picked up the results. Wishaw and Irvine Vicks having nightmare seasons is it helps a lot. Because it means there's only one potential relegation place there.
Well, in the third division at the top end of the table, Ryan Gemmell has just scored to equalise it for Perthshire against Thorn, so 2-2 after the Thorn being 2-0 up. In the first division, Glencairn against Petershill, which is obviously a massive fixture, just as important as Renfrew and St Rocks. Glencairn have gone 1-0 up with a goal for Durham. We've got a question sent on the chat from 100 Daddy Joke. So he has asked, do you think Vale Clyde will stay up?
No, because my mate's going to beat them today. No.
What do we think? I think that it's going to be very difficult for them to stay up, because
I think.
But I also think they're capable.
I really like them. I really like where they're to go, and I was impressed with how they nullified Cohen. They were very resolute. They've got experience in the middle of the park and up front. So the only problem is they've played a lot more games than everybody else round about.
And as it stands, Ashfield, they've won the day. For me, it would take something divine for Ashfield to get a result of this. So that would put them on at 20 points. Rob Roy on 20 points. Both of them 2 games in hand on Vale Clyde. Well, sorry. As it stands, Med have 3 games in hand and a point behind, or 2 points as it is right now. Rob Roy, 2 points with 2 games.
And
it's
easy to
tight.
say, but they really need to ignore the two teams below them.
Mhm.
They need to focus on
Yeah.
what they've got to do, because if they look at the two teams below them, as you say, 2 and 3 games in hand on them, it could start putting that wee bit extra pressure on you. So you really just need to get your head down, focused on what you need to do, get your players set, get the mentality right, and hope the other teams win about you, especially below you, don't get the victories. But
And similarly, they win the
tough,
day. They win the day. They go above.
They go
Maybe
above.
on goal difference as well. So the incentives there. You know, for them, they need to get points on the board. But John's a really good manager, so I would expect.
The thing is, they've had back-to-back promotions. Their team know how to win games when pressure's on.
Yeah.
So I think that's a big benefit. They've got a team who've been together for a few years and know how to win games when it really matters. I appreciate it's different the last 2 years when it's been for promotion, but big games are big games.
But you know yourself more than most. I didn't play at your guys' level, but when you're looking out at the park at the players and you've all been through it together and you know what you need to do, that helps massively.
Yeah.
So I think they're in a good position.
If you can deal with pressure, trying to win things, you can also deal with it at the other end.
Because when John came in, when the boys went to Atherley, and John came in and we were in the 3rd division with him at the time when I was at Luga, and he done an amazing job at just steering them through and getting them to that promotion. Did they win the league? I think
I can't remember if they won
I think they maybe won the league because they absolutely battered us twice anyway. And then to go and do it again, you know, is really, really impressive. But the you would say in terms of like finance support base, they're probably not as big a club. They're probably on a par with like your Maybells and stuff like that. So you've got big teams underneath them like Rob Roy and Alvin Meadow hunting them down. So it'd be a real coup for Vale of Clyde and for Maybell if they could stay in that division. So that's a big game down there at Maybell today.
We'll move on to our final featured fixture. We've spoken about it already.
Yeah.
It's Rossvale, Eglinton 1-0 up as it stands. I asked Josh about both teams need to win. It's basically what we spoke about earlier, how the fact that I think if it's a draw, they're both done. But if whatever one loses, I think that their promotion chances are pretty much dead. It's going to be so difficult, particularly as Easterhouse are winning just now as well. Then you really need to be picking up as many points as you possibly can. So I've asked Josh what his thoughts were on it, and here's what he had to say.
See, if I'm being honest, Paul, it's not really been put down as a must win. If I'm being totally honest, we've not actually spoke about the game. I'm pretty simplistic in that way. I'll only ever try and I'll only ever try and win the next game, and we'll only ever try and climb the team that's above us in the league. So right now, at the moment in time, the team directly above us in the league is Kello. So we'll try our best to catch Kello. But to do that, you need to win games, no matter who it's against. So I think, if we're being totally honest with ourselves, pretty much every game from now to the end of the season is a must win, and we need to go out with that mentality every single week that it's a must win. I think we've gave ourselves an uphill struggle of promotion, but if I'm being honest with you, I think it's a hill that we can climb. If I'm being totally honest, I don't think it's out of reach. I think there's a lot of twists and turns still to come, and there's a huge bulk of games to go. But if this team can do what I think they can do and put the run together, a winning run, it needs to be a winning run. We can't have those draws anymore. If we can put a winning run together, we'll be there. But we need to start getting wins on the board, as the draws are killing us a wee bit, if I'm being totally honest. But yeah, I'm trying to keep this under 2 minutes because you're always on at me for going too long. So I'm going to end it now.
I appreciate that, Josh, because the fact that you go so long with this stuff is difficult for me. I've also asked them, they're unbeaten in 5 games, and it's what we touched on earlier as well, is how they keep losing so many other goals. They show great character. I mean, they've had 3-3 draws against lower opposition in the last 4 or 5 games, and it's Josh knows himself. I do feel it because he's my mate, right? But being honest, it's no good enough for them, and it's going to be better. But I've asked him why he thinks that they keep losing so many early goals. So here's what he had to say on it.
Hi, Paul. We are unbeaten in 5, and we've not tasted a defeat even in the friendlies since the 9th of November, which is good. On paper, it sounds good, but there's still an undercurrent there. We should be doing a bit better. In terms of probably why I think that's happening, I'll be honest, I think it's maybe the way we're starting games. I feel as if we're not getting our intensity up in the game enough until the game dictates that we need to get our intensity up, i.e. if we go 1-0 down, 2-0 down, 3-0 down, then all of a sudden it's like we feel in danger and then we need to start. You see a different North Wales for the points, and it's something we spoke about because I feel as if we'll put the intensity into the game, and recently we've been putting the intensity into the game and it needs to be happening, i.e. when we go a few goals down, but I kind of want it to start off like that. So we've spoke about that. That's conversations that have been had this week. So I'm hoping to see a difference in terms of how we start the game. Because with all due respect, Paul, and if I'm being honest, there's very few players in the whole world football, in my opinion, never mind just the West of Scotland League 4th Division, is I don't think there's many guys who can start the game at say 30-50% and then have to.
I think that's completely true. I don't think you can start so poorly and then be able to turn. You can't maintain it. You look at teams who, for talk's sake, are trying to get promoted or win leagues and they're scraping by every single game. It's not sustainable. And that's the same with that. If you start slow every week, which it appears they've done again.
So I've got a theory on this, right? I hated warm-ups, right? I was a big, I hated them. I didn't know what to do them when I coached. I didn't know what to do them when I was a player.
Yeah.
See when you're not starting well, the first thing the players will say in the dressing room, "Oh, the warm-ups rubbish."
Aye.
You know. Okay. See, in my opinion, and it's purely my opinion, how you start a game is a mental thing. It's how you are mentally. Are you ready to go? Are you ready to explode? Aye. Are you ready to explode on a park? Are you ready to run 100 miles an hour and do everything? Are you switched on? Are you completely mentally switched on to start that game so that no matter what happens, you're ready? You know, it's nothing to do with whether you've stretched or you've sprinted or you've done a rondo or whatever. It's how you are in your head. So I think that, and I think a lot of people don't look at that side of things when they talk about how you start a game.
I think that's very interesting from my side of things. You know, you guys have played at higher levels, you've played senior football, Paul played for every team.
I also played a bit of senior football.
But you know, it's interesting hearing that. I say this, I take a wee 2011 team, right? And I say to them every single week, I can't give you that fire, I can't give you that desire, I can't give you that passion, the want and the will to want to get that ball. You know, as you say, competitive football, it didn't matter if I was playing cuppies, I'm smashing my mates and I'm winning. Do you know what I mean? You've got to have that edge. And it's interesting hearing you talking about that, Johnny, how you can do, you know, managers and coaches can do everything that a player could possibly want for a pre-game warm-up, you know, sprinting, ball up, whatever it is. But if that guy doesn't have that in him, that guy doesn't have that passion, that drive, that desire.
No, then
so
I know.
Individually, you've got to get that mentality right. And I think, you know, Josh will say it as well. It's a big part of that job. You getting those guys in that right frame of mind and that mentality. And it's really interesting to hear Johnny talking about that.
I'm going to go to Gary Muirhead at Rob Roy and Talbot in the cup.
What cup?
Yeah,
it's that many, who knows?
Yeah. Here you go, Johnny.
How you doing, Gary? 0-0 half-time, unless I've missed a goal. How do you see the game panning out then? Because obviously you had a great result during the week against the Meda. How do you see it panning out?
Sorry, I missed that. The boys decided to speak over the tunnel at the same time.
So you had a great result against the Meda during the week, which is obviously big for confidence. Do you think you've got enough to push the Talbot to maybe go and get something in this game?
Yeah, we're competing very, very well. We're mindful of some injuries and suspensions and cup ties, so they've competed very well. Had a couple of half chances. The result was obviously choose mate. I don't want to be this week just to keep the continuity here, but we got a result today that will give the boys confidence moving into about a massive game next week.
Guys, I'll let you go and I'll come back to you at the end of the game. Thanks for the update, mate. Cheers. Bye.
Greenock scored against Girvan.
1-0 to Greenock against Girvan, which is a big goal for them considering that the Thorn are now 2-2. It's a really important goal for them. But so we're looking looking at Rob Roy, that's actually, see if they can keep this tight against the Talbot. I think this becomes a really important result for them in terms of the psychological side of it, because the fact that they've won during the week, it really might be what they need.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I mean, it's a tough place to go in at Beachwood. But, you know, the fight away today, get a result, and as you said, they just take that into the league and give them a wee bit of confidence, a bit of momentum. They're really needing it at this point in the season. So this could be big for Kirky. Or it could go the other way and they get put out the cup and they can focus solely on the league. So
I know.
It's one of those things when you're down
down
the bottom, do you look at it as a welcome distraction or a do you know what I mean? But the fact that they got that result during the week would have left them a really good feeling. You know, beating Irvine Meadow during the week was a massive result for them. And going to Auchinleck, the one thing we'll say about Auchinleck this year is they've drawn a lot of games, they've not scored a massive amount of goals, so you've probably got a chance. You know what I mean? If you can keep it tight, because we all know one thing you'll always get a chance or a chance or two. You know, and sometimes the difference when you go to these top clubs, they'll take those chances, you know, and you could have 3 chances and miss them, and they'll have 1 and score.
Listen, that was a big factor in the Scottish final last year after the Darvel athlete. I mean, I spoke to Kyle Hunt after the game, and he said the better team lost. We took our chances, they didn't, and that was the small bit of quality difference between the teams.
Definitely. Right, we're going to go to Gary Soph at Royal Albert and Knightswood. I believe it was 1-0 the last we heard there, so we'll just give Gary a wee call. Gary, how are we? How's the game been so far?
Because they've took us into a battle, and it's kind of missing out the midfield and playing off second balls and stuff. And them down here with the grass part, they're probably a wee bit more used to that than us, and we're kind of struggling with the conditions a wee bit, if I'm being honest. We have kind of tested the keeper a couple of times and stuff like that, but no, it's just, listen, this could go anyway here, but we're going to need to improve in the second half if we want anything out this game, if I'm being honest, Paul.
Do you think this makes last week's result even more important? The fact that if you lost last week and you're losing this, then it becomes a real pressure for you?
Well, listen, I've said it to you before, a couple of weeks before the Port game, and listen, we know they're behind us, and as long as they stay there, then that's fine. But we need to just kind of keep looking at ourselves, and listen, we might come away with dropping points here today, but we've got to look at ourselves, not anybody else, and say, right, well, where do we need to improve, and what didn't go right, and whether that's personnel, shape, whatever. I'm sure the manager will do his due diligence on that. But no, at the moment, we're creating chances. We're in the game. I'm not saying it's one-sided, and Royal Albert are right up for it and well deserved. But they've deserved their goal. They've had a couple of options. The goal was a well-taken goal for maybe 30, 35 yards out. It was a cracking goal, to be fair. And it's the game's getting played, you know. It's like, Paul, you played the game. It's kind of a long ball a lot for both sides, and playing off the second ball, because any of the two teams are trying to play, it's bobbling about here and people are sliding, and it's going to be a mistake if you're trying to play too much football, you know.
No, look, Gary, I appreciate that, mate. We'll let you go, and thanks very much for the update. Take care. So that's quite an interesting one. But actually, we're going to go straight to Jordan Orr at Cumnock. 1-0 to Drumchapel as it stands with the last I've seen.
Cumnock's kind of got away for that relegation.
Really difficult for them, to be honest with you. Jordan, how are we? 1-0 to Drumchapel at half-time. How's the game been so far?
It's been a decent game, mate. Two good sides trying to work each other out. Drumchapel's managed to get that early goal there with 10 to half-time. But there's been chances at both ends. Cumnock's, obviously it's 1-0 just now, but Cumnock's had a couple of chances of their own. And as I say, both teams are just they're getting me half chances. It's just there's nothing kind of clear cut just now, but it's been a decent first half.
With the teams at the very bottom of the table picking up some points in the last couple of days, fortunately for Cumnock, Benburb and Largs, Benburb and Pollock are both losing at the moment. But how important is it for Drumchapel to come out and get themselves something in the second half?
Definitely, mate. No, as I say, we're not a million miles away. We make a wee change kind of midway through the first half with Jamie Wilson coming off injured. But as I say, there's been a couple of chances. It's just there's no been a kind of just missing that wee kind of bit in the final third, to be honest. But I'm pretty sure that past couple of weeks has been a lot better, and we're just kind of waiting on that wee chance. Tam Moore's back on the side today as well, which obviously gives us a wee lift and hopefully can grab a goal to get back in the team again and kind of push on for there. So yeah.
It's been an issue that the team have had this season. They've only scored 20 goals in 17 and a half games in the league, and it is a real problem. Do you see Cumnock making many chances in that first half and then looking to push on the second half?
100%, mate. As I say, we've got decent options for the bench as well, but as I say, there's been a lot of cross balls into the box. Look, Watt's causing a bit of ball down the right hand side. He's put some decent balls in. It's just Drumchapel's managed or dealt with them pretty well so far. But as I say, second half comes on, the changes are made on both sides. So kind of hoping with home advantage as well, the time behind us and get a wee push and hopefully get back in the game and obviously end up with 3 points if we can.
Look, John, thanks very much for the update, mate. Take care and we'll speak to you soon. Cheers. That's obviously Jordan saying that he thinks Cumnock will have a chance to get some goals, but that's quite worrying for them.
Is Jordan a Cumnock fan?
He's a Cumnock boy. His dad's Eleanor that's on the.
Oh, right.
So, see, to be honest, I hope Jordan doesn't mind me saying this. They've had a bereavement in the family recently, and thoughts are with Jordan, his brother, and the rest of the family. It's a really sad time for him. So, I really appreciate Jordan coming on to the show today. It's really much appreciated after the time they're going through.
Because I was wanting to ask him, like, what's the feeling around the place regarding the manager?
See, for me, like we've spoken about this at length as well, and it's no good enough. And they are now in a position. They're fortunate that Benburb are hitting a real sticky patch, but they're in the position with 17 points. Darvel are at 11, right, with a game in hand on them, and Darvel are picking up points. Shots are 13 with same amount of games played, but they're much better form. Hurlford are fighting tooth and nail for every point, so there's potential that Hurlford will pick up points. Cumnock, the Bens, they're in the position where they're starting to get a bit shaky.
I'd probably say Bens and Cumnock are probably the two least informed, like the two worst form in the league. That's why I was curious. And I know we've spoken about it before, and I told you that I'd heard from their committee that they were kind of trying to set expectations and saying, look, this is a project, give it time, which is again, which I think's the right thing to do. Yeah. But I do know what the fans are like up there are like. If things aren't going well, and if they start to they just seem like they can't just get away from that relegation talk. Do you know what I mean?
Sorry to interrupt, guys. We're going to go to Meadow Park, speak to Mark, see how the game's going. 3-0 half time. That's quite an impressive. They really needed it after how it was against. Hi, Mark. How you doing? Very impressive start for Irvine Meadow. How's the first half been?
Even though it's been 3-0, it's been a bit scrappy. Obviously, we got 2 early goals inside 3 minutes for Guy and Gunn and Anderson, and then we got the third goal there in 20 minutes. But they hit the post around the 15-minute mark, and that kind of got them back in the game. So even though it's 3-0, it's not been as straightforward as the scoreline might suggest.
You must be pretty happy though after the result during the week against Rob Roy. How was the feel at the start of the game with the fans, considering that was a really important 3 points that were dropped during the week?
Mum said the ground was quite quiet before kick-off. Bit of apprehension maybe. But the early start, obviously getting the 2 goals has given them something to cheer about and get the fans back on side again.
Mark, I can hear in your voice, it sounds a bit hoarse. Is that because of today, or is that a voice still recovering from the other night?
Oh, that's me still recovering from having this chest and throat infection.
Chest and throat infection, noted. That's noted. What are you expecting from the Meda second half? Are you expecting more of the same, or do you think that we'll see Ashfield trying to come back in at the game?
Well, the message has been clear. Go and kill them. Put them to the sword. Go and get more goals, keep the clean sheet. So I'm hoping we're going to see more goals in the second half. But actually, me, I don't want to favourite the names. Number 17, the last time we played Ashfield, he was very, very important for them, and he came on there maybe 10, 15 minutes to go in the first half. And every time he got on the ball, he looked quite lively, as he did the last time we played them when we drew 1 apiece. So I think it's going to be quite important the first 10 minutes here to get a grip of the game and maybe go and get that fourth and kill it off, and then go and put it to the sword if possible.
Look, Matt, thank you very much for the update, mate. I hope the chest is feeling a wee bit better, and we'll maybe come back to the end of the game, mate. Cheers. See. We're going to go straight to McKenna Park, speak to Aaron at St Anne's versus Maryhill, which I believe is sitting at 0-0. Aaron, how you doing, mate? How's the game going at McKenna Park first half?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Both sides just kind of trying to impose their respective styles on the game. Only one chance apiece, really. Keepers have made a really good save apiece, but yeah, largely cancelling each other out. It's been a good game, to be fair.
Do any side look more likely to take the lead?
Not really. The final ball's kind of been lacking on both sides, but maybe the game might open up a bit in the second half and we might see some more action in around the penalty boxes. But so far, it's been pretty even.
No worries, Aaron. Thank you very much for updating me. We'll come back to you later in the game. Cheers.
Any more Irishmen you want to speak to?
Look,
is that the moment?
It seems to
the best voice.
Two great voices.
Fantastic Irish.
You can listen to that all day
on the show. I love it.
What I'm going to need to do just now is I need to put Dez's number in the into the studio phone, because Des is going to do his quiz from his son's gymnastic competition. So he's these are the hardest questions I've ever been.
Well, did they tell you I got 2 out of 3 last time?
Oh, Johnny, you're the man.
Clever man, Johnny, honestly.
No, it was interesting just when you spoke to St Anne's that Martin was in yesterday in the work, just looking for some coaches gear and whatnot since he's signed. But it was interesting just getting a chat to him and finding a little bit about him. He's a high energy guy. He's going to bring all these across the Govan divide, which is a big thing.
See, we've touched on it. I think it's a good appointment.
Just talking to the guy and listening to him. I'm a people person, right? I'm the likes of people's eyes. You need to meet somebody, you need to get a feel for them and all that. I really like the guy. As I said, tons of energy. He's also spending a fortune at coaches gear, so I love him. But in the serious point, he does seem as if he'll be a good appointment. It's a tough place to come in where they're sitting in the league. Yep. But listen, you can only go upwards for there.
I know. It'd be interesting to have heard from Aaron if he's noticed any changes in the squad, in the team, and the way they're playing, and the kind of the energy around the place, since the new manager came in. But it's interesting to see.
Well, Aaron's Maryhill's media man.
So he's.
By
the way, what a turnaround they've had.
It's been excellent.
It's been really good, because I think the last time we did a pod, they were
12 games without a win.
We were talking. It was just before Christmas, and we said maybe they need to just go away for Christmas and come back and just try and start a game. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing.
They were 12 games without a win, sitting in the relegation zone. They're now 9th, and they have gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 without a loss. So they've won 1, 2, 3. They've won 4 at the last 5 with a draw. If they can get a draw or a win today, that's really big. But
they've got a game on Bonington. 2 games in hand on Bonington. So
to me, they're getting into the position where you're starting to say that Maryhill are borderline safe now, and that's really impressive. And potentially today they could be 10 points, potentially 12 points. But look, we're going to go to Des, so I'm going to put it to you two, because of the way that this is working. This is the way it's working, that we need the volume be loud enough so that the live stream can hear what we're saying. You need to let me know when you want to ask Des something, and I'll push the slider back up, but we'll give Des a wee phone. It's just Mark's just texted in there for the medal. It is now 4-0 at the medal. There's no way. Right, so we've got Des. Just phoning Des. I wonder, his son's competing gymnastics, and I love his commitment. Gavin, wow. Des, I need to let you know that we need to take our time when we're answering questions, because we need to mess about with a wee bit here to make sure that everybody on the live stream can hear us when you're asking stuff. So, Des, if you would like to ask the first question, and then we'll get back to you.
Right. Okay. Very easy. So, which team in the Premier League plays furthest east?
Right, Des. Which team in the East, or which team in the Premier League plays furthest east? So, what do we think, gents, is the furthest east? I tell you what, that's
Shots.
It's got to be shots, surely.
For me.
It's got to be shots.
It can't be in it.
Unless Glenafton is further east.
Do you know what?
Say shots.
Glenafton was who I thought, but then I was like, I don't know because it's south east.
Is Airdrie further than Shots? I'm not really
No, Shots is further than Airdrie, I'm sure.
Shots.
So we'll go for Shots.
Go for Shots.
Des, Shots.
I thought it was Shots, but the answer it came up for me was Gartcairn.
Well, then apologies to Johnny because Gartcairn is I thought Shots was further east than.
Give yourself a point, Johnny.
I thought Shots. Right, Des. Question number 2.
Okay, so Drumchapel won the first division last season, but by how many points and from whom did they win it?
Well, any suggestions?
How many points did they win the league by?
Right, Des, can you just for me being a simple? So Des, just for me being simple. See when you say from whom did they win it? Does that mean who was second or which team won it?
Second, and by how many points were Drumchapel ahead of them?
Okay.
Right, so Shots were second. Shots were second, and points wise, we are looking at. I think it was tight. I think we're within a few points, to be honest with you.
4 or 5.
So I think Shots. Des, are we right with Shots?
Shots is a correct answer.
Right.
Points now.
Any
idea, Johnny? No.
I would throw it 3. 3 points. We're happy to go with
Go
Des Shots and 3 points.
Correct.
Yeah. There we go. There we go, John. I've saved it. Right, Des. Question number 3.
As well when I'm not there.
Des, it's probably something to do with the fact that you're not here that day. Well then. Right. So question number 3, mate.
Okay. We keep hearing how big a team Club Pollock are, but how many times have they won the Scottish Junior Cup?
How many times have Pollock won the Scottish Junior Cup? Johnny's gone for 2. Gary, you get any take? I was thinking 3, but
no.
But we'll go with John. We'll go with Johnny. We'll go with Johnny. Oh, look at that! Look at that! You gave me a hard time for the Gartcairn answer. Right. So we're Des. We're going to go for 2.
2 is of dissuaded, PG. It was 3.
Ah, Johnny, honest. See,
1984, 85. And can you remember the most recent?
Oh, did they beat in the final?
I would.
No, he beat them.
I would say. Sorry, when did you say the second time was?
80, 81, 84, 85, and the last one.
93, 94.
I was thinking 94, 95, but I think that 93, 94 was Largs.
Right.
Largs won it, so we'll go 95.
95.
There's 95.
97.
See, that's good knowledge for me knowing that Largs won at 94 though. Des, I think you've got a 4th question for us. What is the 4th question?
Okay, so this is a current one, and just going through the leagues. Which team in the first division has had the most draws?
Which team in the first division has?
I'm not going to look.
Don't look. I'm not looking. I'm not looking either.
If I'm going to have a guess, I would say it's either got to be Vela Clyde or Kilbirnie.
It's got to be Vela Clyde for me. It's got to be Vela Clyde because they've had a ridiculous amount.
I looked.
Right, so Gaz is out. He looked.
I would say it's one of those 2 because remember we're always.
Aye, we're talking. I'd go with Vela Clyde. Are you willing to go with that?
Aye, I'll go with.
Des, we're going for Vela Clyde.
Correct.
There we go. So that's not bad. So we got 2 out of 4. I'll hold my hands up for the Gartcairn one. My apologies, Johnny. I just assumed that Shots would have been further east. It must be a bit more south than I thought. But
I thought it was Shots as well. But going by the map and going by Google, which that seems to be the thing, it says Gartcairn are the Premier League who play furthest east.
Well, there you have it. Very interesting.
Good questions, but
they were good questions. Des, thank you very much, mate. I appreciate that the wee fella's at gymnastics. How's he getting on?
We've just finished. We're actually on the way home. Mrs. Roach is driving at the moment. He won 3 individual gold medals out of the 6 events. So he got a medal in every event. He's now Scottish national champion in vault, floor, and rings, and was 2nd overall.
Well, that's sensational. Well done, young Finn.
Well
done.
Top man. It's something that obviously runs in the family.
No, he's got far more ability and talent than me. That's for sure.
That's why you were a referee, Des.
Well, Des was a world class runner, so I'll have you know that my friend Des was good. But look, Des, we'll let you go. Make sure that you have us on. Sharon, thank you very much for allowing him to speak to us as usual.
No bother at all, guys. Have a good show.
Thanks, Des.
Cheers,
Thanks,
mate.
Des.
Take care.
See you
See you later.
Thanks, mate.
So there you go. We even get Des to come on and do a quiz when he's not here, so that's appreciated. We'll go
I've
back.
got a wee update here. It's 2-0 to Glenafton against Beef.
Oh, one each with Girvan and Greenock. Johnny gave us that one, didn't you?
It's 3 each. Now.
3 each. It's.
Mind you, there's probably been about four goals since I checked it last.
Aye. We're now at the Lowland League all kick off at 3 o'clock. So we now have the Lowland League games coming into action for us. We're still 0-0 at Clydebank and Johnson Borough.
A wee update for the Thorn, 3-2 up against Persia.
3-2 up. Oh.
And Neilston's now 2-0 up.
2-0 up. Glencairn have gone 2-0 up against Petershill. Connor Bell for Petershill has just been sent off at half time as well, so that's him down at 10 men. Fanart.
4-3 down through.
Oh, what a game that is. Fanart 1-0 up against Vale Leaving. Really interesting for Vale Leaving, what that means for them at the bottom end of the table. Threave now 2-1 up against Glenvale. A good wee turnaround for them. Ross Irvine scored again for them. Without having seen a lot of these players, but see when you look at Ross Irvine, Harry Officer, these boys score a lot of goals. The Threave seem to get a lot of goals from 4 or 5 different players, and the two of them in particular are ones that, without having seen them, I keep an eye on it. We've got a really big goal in the second division. Cosythe are 1-0 up against Muirkirk. That's really not what they need when Lanark are winning, Whitlets are winning, and Nielsen are winning. So that's a really interesting one. In the what cup is it that Arthur are playing Musselburgh?
They're playing
South
Challenge. It's 1-0 to Musselburgh at half time. So hopefully Arthur can turn that one around. Colwynnon 1-0 up against Blantyre, keeps them top of the league. But I thought that it might have been a bit more than one. But Blantyre, again, since they've had the points deduction, they've almost gone into a very much no really caring
They
type.
picked up some good results, and like you said, I think the pressure's off them.
Aye.
And they've been able to just enjoy their football. But is it Colwynnon at home?
Colwynnon are at home, yeah. It's at Buffs Park.
Parts.
Is it not great?
Do you know what it is? It's dead weird. It's like dead kind of rutted and hard and bobbly, and I don't know. It's no great. So I don't know if I'd be expecting free-flowing football and goals.
It was
any game at their park.
It was a Jack McMahon goal right on the stroke at half time, which is quite interesting. In the is it South Cup that St Cadoc's are playing Lochathra?
No, they're playing in the Cup Winners' Shield. Let's not talk about it. Let's just
right.
sure.
It's one out of St Cadoc's. It's one out of St Cadoc's. The second goal for Glenvale's another Dylan Kearney. He's another one that pops up with goals as well. Irvine Vic's still 1-0 up against Glasgow United.
That's a good result for them. And
really,
United are really.
They're strange because we've touched on this as well. See when you get Templeton and you get Goodwillie, it's strange that they
just show that a couple of guys don't make a team.
I suppose.
Definitely.
I've seen them once this season, and I'm thoroughly impressed with the two boys. Great players. I mean, they're playing way below where they should be playing. But I think it just shows that you need that wee bit more run about them.
Well, I mean, when our last game at Luga, we beat them and they absolutely battered us. And we beat them 2-1. You know what I mean? And it's just like it just seems. I don't know. There's something not right. They're losing games.
We've got a big goal in the first division. Thornywood 1, Ardrossan 0. So Thornywood have now put themselves into that 30+ points bracket, and they're keeping themselves right in the hunt for it.
It's a great job Adam's done there.
I think that Gomes did a really good job, I thought, and Adams just picked it up and carried it on. And
Gomes is with John, isn't he?
At Cumbernauld, he is, because he had a wee dig at me on. I misplaced dig because I never read any of the post properly about the Lowland League stuff, and they were doing it.
5-3 down for.
What a game that is! What? See, I was right to pick that one. I think we had 100 daddy jokes, obviously asking if we thought Villa Clyde could stay up. They've got a massive result so far today. They're 2-0 up against Mabel, which puts them ahead of Mabel now as well, into 11th place. Mabel getting sucked in a wee bit. And I appreciate that they're only 4 points clear of the relegation zone.
And we talked about this earlier, Paul. Johnny, you were mentioning they all needed to get this win today.
Mhm.
You know, with the two teams bowling with 2 games in hand, they really needed the result. So massive, as you say, Paul.
I know that George was kind of down to the bare bones today in terms of squad, but they got a great result last week going to Rutherglen and winning 1-0. And their next 3 games are Vale, Clyde, Blantyre and Rob Roy.
Yeah.
So these are really,
So
really
important games.
You know, these games.
Talbot have a penalty against Rob Roy, and it is 1-0 to the Talbot. Second half underway at Home Park, still 0-0. Dylan Fletcher with a goal for Nielsen, which you said makes it 2-0. That's an important one. Luger have pulled a goal back. Ewan McIver with a goal there. Dorai have pulled a goal back against University of Glasgow. That is 1-1 there. Glasgow Uni, they've done quite a decent job this season, I think. We touched on it last week. This is very much find their level. This is their level for me. Big goal at Kilsyth. Kilsyth 1, Muirkirk 1. That's a really important goal for Ross Cusack's team. In the Lowland League, 6 minutes in, East Kilbride go 1-0 up. So East Kilbride are 1-0 up in the Lowland League against Celtic B.
Just when you're talking about Glasgow Uni there, I watched their highlights of the game against Irvine Vicks when they beat them 6-1, I think, 6-3, something like that. It was another classic West of Scotland scoreline. And I was really impressed with them. I was really impressed with the way they played. The boy in the middle of the park, I'm not sure his name, but he stood out. Even on 10 minutes worth of highlights, you know, you're just watching it thinking he's a player, he can play. But again, you don't know what's happening with these boys what they're doing at uni, when they leave uni, where they go.
It's a very interesting one because we deal with Stirling Uni and Chris Geddes.
And is it only students that go to the uni play with the team? They can't bring boys
For Stirling Uni, we've always said it for years coming. We've worked on it for years now in the football programme. It's a phenomenal job it does when you've got the turnaround of players. Now, don't get me wrong, you can attract a certain type of player. You know, so you get guys coming from abroad looking for a shoe in the door. So he does get a lot of people coming in and out quite quickly. But it is students, so you're dealing with who you've got at your campus, you know, who's decided to come there. Stirling Uni are quite unique as in they're a kind of centre of excellence and they've got facilities and they've got, you know, the good things to offer.
Because you don't necessarily associate Glasgow with sport. You do.
Stirling Uni, it comes hand in hand as that big sports campus. But what he does out there, Chris Geddes does out there as head of the football programme is phenomenal. He's got teams 1 to 4, but having to just manage who you've got, you know, you're dealing with students with all sorts of different kind of things going on. So yeah, it's hard. It's hard for the uni team.
We've touched on East Kilbride being 1-0 up, top of the table in the Lowland League, playing against Celtic B. Cali Braves went 1-0 up in the 9th minute against Albion Rovers. 10th minute, Albion Rovers equalised to keep it 1-1. In our featured fixture, 12 minutes in, Linlithgow have taken the lead against Bo'ness. So a big goal for Linlithgow against Bo'ness. The boy that scored for Cali Braves, Reg McLaren, I've watched a bit of their highlights, trying to brush up, because I'm a professional, trying to brush up on the Lowland League. He looks like a bit of handful. He looks like quite a stocky boy. So he scored a couple again. He scored 2 against. He scored 2 against East Kilbride last week. Ashfield have pulled a goal back against Irvine Meadow. It is now 4-1. 2-0 up.
Ashfield, they've just got to fight and try and get the best they can out of games now. Do you know what I mean? It's just taking over, so it's you know, I don't think the expectation too much expectation upon him, but he just wants a fighting team now. So
Jack McMahon gets his second. Jack McMahon gets his second of the game for the penalty spot against Blantyre. 2-0 to Colwynnon. Thackeray with a goal for Vale Leaving. It's 1-1 for Fanart and Vale Leaving. It's not going so well for Fanart right now. They've had a real dip in form. Well, it's actually
what always go Bride and Celtic now.
Danny Patterson has just put Vale Leaving ahead against Fanart, so it's gone from bad to worse for Fanart.
And Witless went 3-1 up at 4.
It looks like game done there.
3-1.
Yoker have pulled one back against Craigmart. That is now 1-1. It was Kyle McAvoy with the goal against Rob Roy for the Talbot. We've touched on him at length. If anybody can correct me, I think he's scored something like 7 or 8 in the last 5. You couple that with the fact that Connor Boyd's got 21 this season. That's for me why the Talbot are starting to come back into form. See when you've got two strikers who score goals, and I really like Kyle McAvoy. I think he's a big, strong guy. He's really fit. He's fast. Young player as well. He's early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he's got good quality, and that's what you really need for your team to have any chance at pushing forward.
What I like about them when I watch, because Talbot are really good with their highlights. They always get the highlights up early doors, so they're always one of the first ones that I watch at the weekend, because I'm sad and I don't have a life.
Sorry, 2-0 Darvel.
That's a big one there.
But what I like about McAvoy is it's different types of goals as well. You know, like he's arriving late in the box, he's scoring tap-ins, he's scoring volleys, you know what I mean?
He's off on everything.
And he looks like a natural goal scorer, you know, like the ball come to him in the box and he'll stick it away.
That's a talent myself, just watching guys like that.
Aye, and it is, like you said, it's been the big issue the last.
And it's no coincidental that they're winning a lot more games now.
Also, as well, though, I have to say that they've moved Neil McPherson back into centre half from right back. He's played right back for most of the season, and in the last 5 or 6 games, they've moved them back into centre half, and I think that has had a big impact on the results, because Nearly will do great at right back, of course he will, but his leadership, his organisation, his experience at centre half, it will make such a difference in there, and it's not just in terms of. So people think you're the centre half, it's just in terms of defending, but it's also where your line is, you know what I mean, so that teams kind of get out, you know, pressing when you're telling your midfielders when to press and go and win the ball back, or organising your wingers to get in or to go out, or do you know what I mean, all that kind of stuff. You can't really do that for right back. You can't tell your left winger to go and press the full back or something like that. So if you're in the middle and you can control things, then I think
you're also, see, particularly with the way football is now, like, see when you're a full back, you need to be bombing on and becoming an extra winger, and that's the thing where that's not really his game. He is a big, strong defender who does his job and just moves the ball on and lets players in front of him play. So I think that when you've got a full back who is bombing on, who did they bring in at right back? Because they signed somebody recently, did they not?
Oh, I don't know. I think the boy Tariq Abed's been playing right back as well. I don't know who's playing right back for them.
Just a wee score update there. St Peter's 1-0 up against Campbelltown.
2-0 for St Cadoc's now. Bob McHugh with a goal there. Lanark are 2-0 up against Bells Hill.
So they've got Ross Clark playing right back.
Ross Clark. Do you know, that's who I was thinking. I've seen a picture of him the other day. We have a goal in our featured fixture in the Lowland League. Bo'ness have pulled one back. It is now 1-1.
You've got another goal in the medal game. It's 5-1 now.
5-1. That's
5-1 in the medal against Nashville.
2-0 to the Andrew Skinner, new signing.
With the first goal after 61 minutes.
It's 2-0 to the Talbot now. I'm not sure who's going to go. Ross Irvin, I've touched on him a few weeks in a row. That's him with another goal for 3 against Glenvale. He's a good goal scorer, and he makes a difference for them, because every time you see him chipping in with goals, they go and win games most of the time.
They get the result with it.
Blantyre have pulled a goal back against Colwynnon, so it is now 2-1 Colwynnon.
I missed that. So it's 5-1, yeah. So it was a goal for Irvin Medal. I should have just updated that.
We're still 0-0 with Clydebank and Johnson Borough. Yeah, 2-1 to Colwynnon. It's there's no.
2-0 to Darvel at Pollock as well.
It's a big result.
And I kind of wonder what goes on at Pollock sometimes. I really do. I mean, I grew up. I think we spoke about it before. That was my team growing up. You know, I was a Southside boy, and they were massive back in the day. You know, the social club, the money, you know, the profile, and all that. Just now this season, and you mentioned it yourself, a slightly aging team. Have they got to that cusp where you know big changes are needed? You know, these guys have probably seen out the best of what they can get out of them. But they've been so inconsistent this season. They've been so up and down. And Darvel are going to bite your hand off a 2-0 result today. But yes, a big result for Darvel, that 2-0 so far.
We were talking, Johnny, there about, or you were talking about Neil McPherson. He's just scored. So it's him that makes it 2-0. And that's another one.
Manifest that put out.
Because you've been a big advocate of his. So 2-0 to Talbot. And that's
I'd say that's probably game over.
I think so. I don't see them being able to pull that. Lugar have scored another goal now. It's 3-2 Cosyth against Lugar. Still 2-0 with Benburb. It was Conan Mackin with a goal for Lugar.
This year for Lugar. I wouldn't be surprised if teams for high level, they were even looking at him when George and I were there. You know, we had conversations with boys. He's got unbelievable pace. He's one of the quickest boys I've ever
Really?
seen. He's absolutely rapid.
And see the thing, see if you obviously Lugers Parks, it's not the best.
No.
But see if you're playing on a big wide Astro Park and you've got somebody that's rapid, I assume he's a wide player.
Not well. He started off as a wide player, and then Jordan moved him to centre forward, and then they've really got the best of him there. But they'll probably say, "Oh, you're trying to tout our players on the radio when you've left and all that."
You're allowed to compliment somebody.
Exactly.
But you know, the only thing I would say about Conan is he just probably lacks that wee bit of self-confidence to go to that next level. And if he gets that within himself, because he's got the ability, he's got the raw talent, he just needs that wee bit of belief in himself.
Yeah.
I think he went and trained with Auchinleck in the summer and stuff. That Tucker asked him to come in and train and stuff. So
that's something for me that Tucker's very good at.
Aye, but he just needs that. I think Conan would have been in there no thinking that he quite belongs, if that makes sense, you know. And he just needs to find that wee bit within himself because he's got the talent, he's got the raw ability there.
We've got another goal in our Lowland League featured fixture. Linlithgow hit right back to go 2-1 up. 22 minutes in, we've got 3 goals. I tell you what a game that would be.
How much is it to get into the Lowland League?
I don't know. I don't actually know if anybody knows the answer. I bet, guys, you don't pay to get into anywhere. Everybody wants you to come.
Sometimes. But yeah, I used to go see Broomhill now and again. I can tell you that.
They'd just be happy if somebody turned up.
They were. And the places I had to go to see them, man. Same shared crowds.
He went to Alloa and then he went to Clyde and then...
It was Alloa, I went to see them. That was me and all the family and friends.
Alloa
that was it.
Swifty was the manager.
Lanark are now 3-0 up against Bells Hill. That game looks like it's beyond reach. We have a goal at Ardeer that puts Ardeer level. It's Mark Wardrobe with a goal there. So Ardeer have pulled a goal back. And who is it?
That's a good result for it. That's a really good to keep pace with the guys after having such a great result last week against Thorn. That was an outstanding result for Sean and the boys. So
I tell you what though, you're disappointed though if you're drawn with Wishaw after you go and comfortably beat.
But how many times do you see that happen?
I suppose even looking at a higher level, Celtic going to have a great performance against Bayern Munich in the Allianz and then go and lose at the weekend. And sometimes you get a drop.
And then went and drop points at Hamilton or something.
You
know what I mean?
It's very easily done.
Right. Managers will get knee hair or grey hair.
Now the show's starting to slow down. I'm making less mistakes. I'm feeling more comfortable now because we're getting there. And thanks to everybody that's tuning in. It's really appreciated. We're going to go to a break in a couple of minutes. But remember, if you want to get in touch with us, get us on WhatsApp at 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us on X and Instagram at Sat Football Live. Or if there's any questions you want to ask us on the YouTube Live, don't hesitate to get in touch with us. Just fire a wee question into the comment and we're happy to speak to you and any questions you want. So any of our viewers on the stream on YouTube, just get in touch with us. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have. Right, we're going to move on to, I can't believe it's taken us, what time are we at? It's taken us 2.5 hours to get to it, basically. Premier League relegation zone. Last night, Shotts 3, Gartcairn 0 at Gartcairn. How important is that a result for both sides?
Massive for Shotts. I'm really pleased for John and the boys at Shotts because if you asked everybody at the start of the season who's going to get relegated for the Premier League, the first team they would say would be Shotts, unfortunately. You know, just because of...
I had written them off, 100%.
Everybody had. And then they obviously didn't start the season well. Then Darwell get the points deducted, so you think, right, okay. And then Gartcairn get the points deducted as well. And that's maybe gave them a wee, hold on a minute, we can actually do this. So it's an absolutely huge result for Shotts. But on the Gartcairn side, you look at their lineup and their bench, there's no way that team should be losing this amount of games in the Premier League.
They picked up 9 points out of the last 33.
And look at that squad. Think of the investment in those players.
Average right near up to 150.
They've got to be top 3 or 4 for investment in the squad in the league.
But the thing is, we knew why that was, is because they were expecting to go and challenge. You know, that's why they invested. And there's nothing wrong with that. We're not saying anything about it. But with that does bring expectation.
It does, but with those same players that you've got in the challenge, they're not showing any character.
Well,
but the thing is,
I think they should be. I think they should be sitting higher up where they are, even with the points.
I agree with you, but the thing is, like, and it's a really difficult thing for Mick to manage because you bring them in to try and challenge for a title, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in a relegation scrap. And are those the players that you would have brought in if you knew you were fighting for your life rather than going for a title? Do you know what I mean?
But it's a mentality thing for me, right?
Absolutely.
So they're sitting on 12 points, right? It should be 27 points, which would have them sitting fifth in the league, right? So they'd be 100% safe. But where the issue comes for me is the mentality side of things is, so they've picked up 9 points in the last 11 games. They picked up, 18 points in the first 10, right? So no real pressure, 18 points in 10 games, which I still don't think it's, for what they've invested, I don't think it's brilliant, but it's not terrible, right?
Decent, yeah.
So they pick that up, they get the points deductions, they pick up 9 points in 11 games. Now, that's where you start to fall in the bracket, and I have no definitive knowledge of what players are getting paid. You only go off of the rumours you hear, but you know what it's like. People have a reasonable understanding of what certain players are getting paid. If you're going to a club and, say for talking sake, Gart Cairn offer you money, and let's see, Clydebank ask you to go there, right? But Clydebank only want to pay you £200 a week, Gart Cairn want to pay £400 a week. I would never blame a player for going to a club for that, right? Because that's money that impacts your life. But see if your sole focus or your sole motivator is money, and again, I am not saying that that's how it is for these Gart Cairn players, right? But as a whole, it's got to be a part of it. And they are sitting with points total that's not too bad, and then they get deduction. See if you get players who are there for money, you cannot win things.
No.
You cannot win things.
Talked about that with the
You just can't win things, and that's my view. I think that the manager who, Mick, when they got promoted, I thought he did a tremendous job. I thought he really turned it around, put an amazing run together, got promoted. Mick's got to be, and I apologise for this, I do not want any manager to lose their job, but questions have got to be getting asked now if you're picking up 9 points in 33 games.
It's interesting, right? So if they go down, what does that mean for Gart Cairn?
They can't go down, and I don't mean that as in they can't go down, but they can't, like, it would have such an effect on them. Do you know what I mean? In terms of where they're at, I think it would be a hammer blow for them if they were to get.
Sorry, we've just had a question in from Liam Callow. Liam, I really appreciate that. Who had more clubs, Tiger Woods or Paul Gordon? How many clubs could Woods get in his bag? It's not as many clubs as I played for, believe me.
How many clubs do you take in a golf course? 14. So
it's pretty close, to be fair. Thanks for that, Liam. But we got Gart Cairn. If they replace the manager and they go down, I think that they have to go down a different route. And I think that they have to look at a young, Mick's not old at all, right? So Mick is a young manager, but they have to go for a young manager who has a system of football that he wants to play, is an identity about the team, because that's something you hear without having seen them play. There's not really much of an identity. This is just my view. They have to have somebody who is young, has an identity, is willing to not pay players absolute fortunes.
This is part of the problem. I don't think they've got a big connection with the youth setup at Gart Cairn. I think it's, and that's no fault of them, that a lot of teams run that, separate kind of committees and entities, but under the same banner. So are they getting that kind of feeder through? Can they bring a guy in who's looking at development squad saying, I've got a squad that can potentially compete, or I know the people who can come in and compete next season if we go down? I think it's a real tough one for them. I think it's bigger than they'll ever admit to the club. I don't think they can go down. I think the majority in that one. I think they, as a club, need to stay up.
And I think with the looks of the way things have gone, I don't think they're looking at, well, you never know, but with the manager, I don't think that's, because they're still backing them. Do you know what I mean? They're still bringing boys in. They're still signing boys. So they're not showing any signs of slowing down on that front. It's not as if they're preparing for the next stage or the next step or whatever. So it's really interesting to watch them still.
Potentially biding their time out to see how the season pans out before they make any kind of rash decisions on managers.
But do you bring somebody in to change it, or do you leave Mick in place?
But I think they maybe just think, right, they'll stay in the division and then they can go again next year. you know what I mean? That's what I think. But results like last night's will scare you, because that result last night, if you're a committee, that will scare you.
Oh, 100%.
You know, that will really scare you as a committee member.
We're just going to go for a quick break and we'll come back and talk about it. We've got a couple of goals. Benburn have pulled one back against Largs. If they can get another, then that's another problem for Gartcairn. Coinnan have extended the lead to 3-1 against Blantyre. They're pushing themselves on. In the Lowland League, Albion Rovers have scored a penalty. Paul Kennedy puts them 2-1 up against Cali Braves after being a goal down. Another goal for Irvine Victoria. Ross McIver had made it 2-0 against Glasgow United. The Ants have had a massive goal against Maryhill, so it's 1-0 to the Ants. Huge goal. But look, we'll be right back after this short break. Stay tuned and we'll be right back. YouTube. Honestly, I was trying to fix the cameras there.
We've got you, Paul.
I know. I'm so lucky to have you beautiful men here with me. But so go back to the Premier League.
Yeah.
Gartcairn. It's hard for me to see where did he go? Honestly, where did he go?
I really don't know myself. I've heard through the grapevine different people have been talking to that they were looking to try and get rid of some players a while back just to clear some of that budget. I mean, they're not competing for league, so why have these guys all earn the big money? But that doesn't seem to be an answer either. So I can't see them going down. Personally, did they survive really well to get in?
What happens to the budget? Because I know that Gartcairn, I think they do a great job in terms of how they bring money into the club.
Mm-hmm.
But do you still have the same funding coming in? Or should you be getting a manager that kind of money in the first division?
That's what I was going to say. Do you back it the same way if they're in the first division? You know, you want to get back up, so you've got to invest somewhere. But to what level?
I know.
And the first division is going to, we say it every year, it's hot this year, but it's going to be hot next year as well.
I know.
If you're looking at the teams that
it's not an easy way to get out.
Are coming down, you know, and Davil picking up and Shots picking up results. And the problem Gartcairn have got is they've three or four games in front of everybody else, you know, so they've really just got to sit and hope.
Well, I think that there's a wee bit of luck for Darvel right now, where Largs have gone 3-1 up against Benburg, so that kills off Benburg's fight. There's only a few minutes left in that game, so that kills off their fight there.
Yeah.
In our featured fixture in the Lowland League, Linlithgow are now 3-1 up, so it looks like Linlithgow are starting to really put it on. Ardere have taken the lead against Wishaw. Another goal for Mark Wardrobe there, so that's a really good goal for him.
He's been firing goals, hasn't he?
Nah, is he any relation to Mick Wardrobe?
Nephew.
Nephew. There you go. Glasgow United have pulled a goal back against Irvine Vicks, and the Thorn are now 5-2 up against Perthshire. That looks like the Thorn have got themselves that win. There's only maybe 7 or 8 minutes left in that game there. So, in terms of the first division, we'll move back to that. How important do you think today's results are? It looks like Renfrew, as it stands, 5-3 up, have done enough to go and... I know, but how that game's going. Corinnan are winning, Renfrew are winning, and Glencairn, for me, that's a really important result. Glencairn, because that puts them on 34 points. They now go ahead of Petershill, who they're beating today. They go ahead of St Roch's. They go ahead of Arthley into third spot, and that's them. They're all, most of those teams are leveling points, leveling games, apart from Arthley, who have got quite a few in hand. Renfrew have played one more. St Roch's have played one less, so it's pretty eachy-peachy. But how important do you think this result is for Glencairn? Because look, they're starting to show a wee bit of form after a dip. Because that was for me.
That was a big dip. And it was still going on, even
and losing to Maple last week as well. But the result against Arthley was massive the week before. So
I know. I mean, and that's again. I was talking to George about the game before they played Maple last week, and you were obviously expecting them to be absolutely flying, absolutely buzzing, coming off the victory against Arthley. But their form's not been great in the run up to that Arthley game. So I think it's really important that they get that level of consistency back, starting with a result today, to get them back up contention, because they're in danger of losing track a wee bit if the results kept going, because all the other teams seem to be picking up and they seem to be dropping away. As
it stands, Corinnan on 39 points, Renfrew 36, Arthley 34, Petershill 33, St Roch's 33. Did I say Arthley 36? I mean 32 for Arthley, with 5 games in hand, 4 games in hand.
You know, there's no guaranteed points in those 5 games, but they've had a good season, Arthley. Not so good in the cups, but they're focused now in the league, and I think they might just be strong enough. Do you know that? They look like a Premier League team at the start of the season, so you know they need to pick it back up.
I heard a few reports and stuff like that. They didn't look great in certain games. And,
no, I seen them against Darvo, and it was a strange one because they're 2-0 up. I'm sure it was against Darvo, and Darvo made a couple of changes and ended up winning 4-2. Absolutely played them off the park the last 45 minutes of that game, which was at Dundalk as well, which was unusual to see. But I think Arthley. Yeah, I think they've got enough. Probably
it's just how they manage it. It's how the manager manages it as well, you know, because you're chasing, and then if you lose one, you get nervous and you start making decisions that you wouldn't normally make, you know, and you're trying to catch up and stuff like that.
How do you think that, you know, the 4 or 5 games for some of the teams, how do you approach that?
Well, I asked the question last week, 2 weeks ago, to Colin Riley. How's his squad suited for that? And he obviously says they're well set for it. But it's a big ask now that there's 6 games in hand against Renfrew. I don't see them losing like 4 or 5 games, right? But see if you lose 1 or 2, you lose a couple and it becomes an issue. And even look at Thornleywood. Thornleywood are on to 31 points if they stays as is. But they've got a couple of games in hand and the teams above them, they are right in the hunt for this.
Yeah, I was talking to Colin again a few weeks back. He was doing it at our Dawson game, one of the midweek games, and it was interesting to hear. He's quite confident, obviously, in his games in hand. But Thornleywood have had a great season. Thornleywood have, I think, with Gomes leaving, their new management coming in, I think they've done a fantastic job so far. So they've got a massive opportunity. A couple of games again, if they can get them in the bag.
I mean,
that's put pressure above them.
No, of course it does. And we spoke at length about Arthley of the season, the start of the season they had, and then it's just been slowed down with cups and things like that.
It hampers you when you're really going far.
I know. And it's just, does that come back to bite them? You know, whereas would they rather be in the position of a Renfrew or a Corinnan, and you know, that kind of
have the points in the bag,
the points on the board,
and you only need to play 1 game a week.
And you're relying on other teams come to get you. And like I said, you're looking at I don't know who their games in hand are, but for instance, you could be going into Maybole on a Wednesday night or something like that.
Aye.
You know these
Not
kind
a
of
good place
things.
to go.
No, you know, so
We've got a question in there from Stephen Lavelle. All right, lads, what's the Banky score? Well, Stephen, it is still 0-0 as far as we are aware. We've got a couple of goals coming in, though. Greenock 2-1 up, so that's a big goal for Greenock. Late on, they really need that with the Thorn winning. Hurlford have pulled one back. Liam Miller on the score sheet there, so it's 2-1 to Troon against Hurlford. Ashfield are now 6-1 up. That game's very comfortable for them. Oh, sorry. Ashfield are 6-1
I'm
down.
sure they would take the 6-1
Aye.
up, but
Gavin have equalised.
Garvin have
2-2.
2-2. As Stephen's asked the question there, Clydebank, 6 minutes left. They've made a couple of changes. Craig Truesdale's coming on for Lee Gallagher. Nielsen are 3-0 up against Les Mahago. Garvin, as you said, just equalised. Greenock down to 10 men as well. That's 6-2 to the Thorn as well. 2-0 to St Peters. That's a huge one. See if I think that you've obviously went for the draw and it's looking like you've got a good chance at it just now. That's that would be a really big result for Dean. Another goal in that Linlithgow bonus game. 43 minutes in, 3-2 to Les. Looking at too many teams. 3-2 to Linlithgow against Bonus. That's a real tight one.
There's another wee update in the Lowland League. Trinent have gone 3-2 up against Burper.
3-2, that's a local game, that. Hansen with a penalty for Blantyre makes it 3-2 with 8 minutes remaining in the 90. Alan Hansen, he's come back. You can't win it with youth, so you need an older guy. 4-1 to Largs against Benbob. That game's beyond reach now. That was Travis Stracey with a goal there. That's a really good one. They've struggled a wee bit since they've had the points deduction, so I think that's an important result. Giffnock
deflated them, though.
Oh, big time.
You know what I mean?
There was only 3 points as well, but
know,
it's
but
still. Giffnock have pulled one back in the 88th minute against Easterhouse. That's a really interesting one in the 4th division there. We've not touched a lot in the 4th division.
I've seen a couple of the two of these teams this season, and they're both good teams to watch, by the way. You wouldn't write them off against them in that league.
So whenever we look at the 4th division,
no, there's good teams in that league. It's good.
It's competitive.
That's very competitive.
It is, it's great.
Are Kello playing today? Because they're not the best for social media. Kello are
no.
Yes, they're playing New Mains. So I need to have a wee look. Can any of you check and see if they're still 1-0 with Rossvale and Eglinton with 5 minutes to go?
Mind you, doing it, Kello, you might not get a mobile phone.
I don't think that
They're still in dialect.
they don't actually have antennas in there.
No. By the way, what a place!
I've only played there once.
Brilliant. Great guys down there. Mark Keggins that does everything. There's always one guy that runs the whole place, but Mark's an amazing guy.
Full-time result in. Cosythe 1, Muirkirk 1. That's a big one, as the 3 of the top 4 have winning in that 2nd division. But Kello, I remember, I've only played Kello twice or 3 times, I mean, beat them every time. But I remember at Cumnock, we were playing Kello. I think it was Kello, or it was either Kello or Muirkirk. I think it was Kello, though. I remember you used to have the old League Cup section. So we were playing them, and we had to win by quite a sizable margin. The Talbot had won their game, but it was like a close game, and we had to win, and we beat them 9-0. We won that at half time and then beat them 9-0.
No update for Kello. Last update was 10th of June 2018.
It was one each at half time. New Mains Twitter. Got it.
So one each at half time, was it? Right, so that's speaking for Josh. He will be fuming. Knightswood losing. Port Glasgow, we don't know the score there. Easterhouse drawing, Kello drawing, West Park drawing. If Rossvale could have got a win today, then they're really in a much stronger position. And I think that Josh will be bitterly disappointed. But on the flip side, for Eglinton, really important 3 points today.
Massive, because they've, like I said, they've been on a bad run, 4 out of 1, 3 defeats in the bounce. You just need to try and arrest that slide. And we were talking before Christmas, we were saying about how they could get themselves up into the promotion spots potentially, and then they've just fell away. I know they lost a couple of players to Bonnet and things like that, but it's disappointing. And you think about, I don't know what the expectations, like you said, the expectations are down there, but when you're up there and you're within touching distance, you don't want to just fall in and just kind of fade into mediocrity in the fourth division. Do you know what I mean?
Couple of results coming in. So that's full time at Meadow Park, 6-1 to the Meadow. Nice comfortable game there.
Yeah.
Whitlett's 3-1 against Forth Wanderers. In that second division, that's interesting today. Whitlett's obviously winning, so that puts them on 47. Nielsen on to 48 with a game in hand.
Yeah.
Muirkirk staying on 40, going on to 41. Lanark 39 points. So it's really heating up. And that's not a result that Muirkirk would have been looking for today. In the Lowland League, two former league sides, Berwick Rangers and Cowdenbeath 0-0 at half time. It's still 1-1 at half time with East Kilbride and Celtic B. 3-2 to Linlithgow against Bo'ness at half time. And Irvine Vicks have managed to hold on to get the 3 points against Glasgow United, which is, I think that it's probably still too little too late, but I think that.
But you know, they'll be looking at next season, and they'll just want the boys to really motor on that last part and show them that they want to be there for one, and they've got something to offer next.
Well, you look at that third division, 3 of the teams going down. The likelihood is that all 3 will be what I always call legacy teams.
Yep.
So you've got 3 legacy teams going down. Could potentially be looking at only one of the new clubs coming up, potentially 2. But if that's the case, that fourth division is going to be full of historical clubs at this level.
And it's good for Ben to get his first win as manager been in there, because it's not been easy for them. They've had a couple of sore wins and a couple of late defeats and things like that. And I've watched highlights, I've listened to his interviews, and he's always really, really positive, and really enthusiastic. So it's good to see them get that monkey off his back and get that win. Well, definitely. And it was a big game because obviously Glasgow United right above them in the league, but they're in real bother.
Full time at Newlands Field, Pollock 0, Darvel 2. That's a massive result for Mick. So we'll see if we can get Mick on the phone. Full time at Jimmy McGrory Park, and it is 5-3 to Renfrew. That's a huge result there. Nielsen full time 3-0 against Les Mehigo. So that's also a big one there. Full time, Craig Mark pick up their second set of points for the season. A 1-1 draw with Yoker. That's excellent news for my old club there. I'm really delighted to see that they've managed to pick up a point. That puts them on to 4 points for the season. But look, they'll be absolutely delighted, pushing league leaders Nielsen right to the wire last week and getting a point today. So there you go. That's a point for Craig Mark.
One of the big results coming through is the Darvel Pollock. Yep. Pollock sitting in the league, 10th in the league getting into the day. Losing the day against Bob in the league, I don't know. It's not looking good for them. They really need to get a couple of results in the next couple of games just to steady that place in the league.
Well, just inconsistency. Look at the last 6 results. Draw, win, draw, loss, win, loss.
I've seen them a couple of times this season, and that's exactly what the problem is. Now, Newlands Field isn't the park it used to be. Right? Now, that's understandable. The park's getting it's got a disease.
That's right.
I'm not.
Tell you what, that's not what they need either. They don't need to be spending money on the park like that.
But I don't think they are. That's the thing. The park's not great. It's the worst I've seen over the years, but they really need to stay up.
They will.
I think they will.
Well, it's not necessarily staying up. It's staying out of that kind of bottom third. I think it's obviously rebuilding for next year. They've got a lot of players that are probably getting a wee bit.
How do they rebuild though with the rumours of not having any cash or anything like that? Because
no rumours.
You know what I mean. Like the fact that they've got no cash, because you're looking at, and I've good mates with the guys at Hurlford that are known a crisis the way that Pollock are in, but they're not a big player in terms of the top teams, and just trying to attract players, trying to sign players is really difficult. So what is the realistic expectations for Maxie at Pollock when you're saying, if I go out and try and sign a player, the guys that I want to sign is going to go to every team above me who's going to pay me the money? Do you know what I mean?
For many a year, Pollock been a high-profile club. They've always been, historically good players. The financial were all set well before they had the social club and get rid of all that. But I think they still attract an element of a level of player because of who they are.
How long's that last now?
If they can stay in the Premier League this year, and obviously they probably will, but they will lose a lot of players in there, right? I think the only attraction is the fact that it's Pollock you're playing, and you're playing in the Premier League, and you might get that wee bit of exposure and a wee bit, and it could be a case that you get a load of players in, they leave halfway through the season, all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be hard for them. It's going to be really hard. But they need to get the financial thing sorted.
Drop.
On the flip side, what a result for Davil though.
Oh,
Huge.
Shots going to beat Cardiff on Friday night and then end up bottom of the league by 5 o'clock.
That is
interesting one with Davil as well. We've been working closely with them over the past couple of seasons, and they're struggling as well. Don't get me wrong. They had a big change with John Gall leaving and different things that have happened down at that club, and financially it's been hard for them this season. So, where did they go for you?
We've got a couple of full-time results in the Premier League. Glenafton have beaten Beath 2-0. Drumchapel have beaten Cumnock 1-0. So Cumnock are in a situation as well. I think that Paul Payton will be really pleased with the job he's done there. I think he's done a very good job. He's made them a top half of the table team. They're very competitive.
Before you went in, you would have said they were away.
They were in trouble.
They were just losing games left, right, and centre.
And he's really picked that up. He's got them in a stage where they're winning or picking up points pretty much every other week, and that's so important at this level. Cumnock on the flip side, really struggling. We've got a couple of we've got half-time results in the Lowland League. Berwick Rangers 0, Cowdenbeath 0, Caledonian Braves 1, Albion Rovers 2, East Kilbride 1, Celtic 1, Gretna 2, University of Stirling 1, Linlithgow 3, Bo'ness 2, Trinent 3, Broxburn 2. Full-time result at Petershill Park. Glencairn get the 3 points there, 2-0. Durham and McManus goals, and Dorai have just scored a penalty in the 89th minute to go 2-1 up. That could be a really big 3 points for them there.
A full-time result coming in St Anne's 1-0 against Mary.
Wow, that's a really impressive win there.
Extremely happy with that. I mean, as I say, talked to him yesterday. Really excited to get things going over there, and that's maybe just what they needed.
That's a great result.
Seriously needed a result.
So lift them up, and again, new manager. It's great to see new manager, young. If you, by all accounts, what you're saying, he's really enthusiastic and stuff like that, and right into it. So it's good to see him get that first victory under his belt.
And it shows that players have showed you a wee bit of a reaction and a wee bit of carry.
See, I go to a place I go to a wee roll shop beside my work, and Martin goes in there sometimes. So I've seen him maybe a couple of times in the last few months, and he has the energy coming off him. He's proper.
It's enthusiastic. He was in my place, and we were getting ready to leave. But I tell you, by the time I left, I'm up here talking to him. You can feel the excitement of the guy, and then that only comes out in space when you're in the dressing room, and that sort of energy and that. And I say this more as I get older as well. You can, you start to notice that in people. If they're giving it a bad energy, a good energy, high, low, and he really has got the energy.
He does.
So it was really refreshing to see somebody with that passion and that energy. It was good. It was really, really good.
And that's Lesmahago getting beat, Forth getting beat, Cambuslang. I don't know what the result is at the minute.
They were drawn the last I saw.
The last you saw them, but that moves them within a point of Lesmahago.
I know.
I know they've played extra games, but I think it's different when you're talking about teams like Athlone having games in hand. It's different because you're expecting them to win, but you're not really necessarily expecting teams that are down the bottom of the league to then all of a sudden start winning games. So you're definitely better getting the points on the board if you're down the bottom end, in my opinion.
Aye. It's still one each with Cambuslang Rangers and Kelly Local. Oh, sorry, it's full time.
Full time, finished 1-1. That's one of the ones for Cambuslang, Johnny, we speak about. That's a good point. That is a really important point for them. And I actually think that Kelly Locals, I think they've had a really good season.
I don't know anything about Kelly Locals.
They've got no money,
so
and I think it's a good season.
I dealt with Kelly Locals when they were originally in Rossfield, and then they switched over to Kelly. So I've seen them against St Anne's earlier on in the season. But it's an interesting club. They've got a bit of backing, not got tons of money, but they seem to pull it out the bag, and they seem to be able to attract the right sort of player as well, which is interesting because of where they sit.
Who's the manager?
At Kelly Locals, it's he used to play big centre half for Cumbernauld.
Danny Boyle.
That's it. Danny Boyle. So
started heading you once.
Did he?
An absolute belter.
Well, he caught you.
When he was playing with Cumbernauld, and I was playing with Maybolt. We went down for a corner and we kind of had a wee bit of the mash. And as he stood up, he just started right in.
Just completely intentional?
Accidental, intentionally.
Well, I might have grabbed a hold of him by the kind of underarm skin when I was getting up. So I kind of probably deserved it, to be fair.
Right. We are going to, before the break, we're going to go to Meadow Park and speak to Jamie.
I like that part again.
The best part.
Hi, Jamie, how you doing? An emphatic 6-1 win today after a disappointing defeat during the week for you. How are you feeling after that?
I am delighted after the day. It was a difficult week for the PGC after last Friday. Obviously, we dropped down to Ardrossan. And I actually thought we could beat in the game at Ardrossan. We had chances, but we were poor on Tuesday. I was actually thought we were lucky to come away from the game on Tuesday night with a 2-1 defeat. If I'm perfectly honest, I thought that's the worst I'd seen us. But the pleasing thing for me is I seen a reaction for the players. We were 2-0 up in the first 2 minutes. And I could see that wee bit of hunger and desire. And I seen they were hurt for midweek. So I'm delighted with the scoreline. The thing is, I keep saying clean sheets all the time, and it was an error on our part that we conceded the goal, which is going to happen with the way we're playing. But overall, I'm delighted.
Jamie, Johnny Bailey here. How you doing, mate? You all right? Good result of the day. Listen, just a quick one. So you obviously came in, started really well, and then had the wee blip. Have you changed anything in the last like for today to kind of change it round, or have you just kind of stuck with what you believe in and know that and hope that it'll turn good?
Johnny, every game we've had the same shape, we've had the same way of playing, we've had the same things in possession, out of possession. The only thing I'd say is the past week we've had a few knocks, with a few tired boys. It's been hard because I've really stuck with the majority of the same players all the time, but I've had to change that up the day just with how things have went. It's just there's not been anything that we've done differently. It's just been we've been off at the last 2 games for me. Boston, it was close. We created a clear chances, and I thought we could have something out of the game. But on Tuesday night, as I said, we looked tired. We didn't look lethargic. Didn't look any energy about us. But the day we looked more like ourselves. That we managed to get the goals in, and we defended much better as well. So it's one of the things that after the negative results, you want to see a reaction, and I got it.
Obviously, it feels quite sore because of who has beaten you during the week there, Rob Roy, who are right in it with you. But when you look at it, you take a step back. We've spoken to you a few times in the last few weeks, and the form of the team since you've been in has been nothing short of excellent. So I suppose you just take it as a blip and move on to the next game.
That's it. I think, see for me, I can only judge the players on I've had 8 games here now, which we've won. I think we've won 6 of them and lost 2. But I can also see that midweek, after the second defeat in a row, I'm looking at others and looking at their reaction. And obviously throughout the season that hasn't been the case here. They're not been used to winning. So it's more about trying to keep calm and put it into context. Like, out of the last 8 games, you've lost 2. But if we do that between now and the end of the season, we'll be fine. But trying to keep calm in these situations and not read too much into a single defeat or 2 defeats. And it's just trying to improve every week.
Definitely, mate. Look, we'll let you go and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Congrats on your win today.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy.
Well done, Jim.
Take care, mate. See you later. That's a really important one. I'm actually going to see if we can go to Dean Keenan just now after their excellent point picked up against. Oh, that's Des. I'm trying to phone. Against Greenock. So I'll see what Dean's got to say about that. Dean, how are you, mate? That was a really big result for you today. Showed some real character coming back late on. You must be pleased with that.
Aye, but to be honest with you, I feel kind of deflated after the game. 3 big decisions in the game go against us, and ultimately that's what's paid the price today. You know, a couple of offside goals and then a clear elbow in the first half. It goes missing. The ref gives the foul, but it doesn't. I think he's guessing, to be honest. And so I feel a bit cheated, mate. After it, to be honest, we came here and absolutely dominated. Could have been 2 or 3 goals to the good, and then get hit with a sucker punch right on the half time. But listen, we came from behind again twice, so it's a lot of character, a lot of stuff I expected of players. But ultimately, I am feeling a wee bit deflated, mate, after the game, to be honest.
I think from a neutral's point of view, looking at it, you're going to be really happy with, in my eyes, the fact that Greenock, who have had a great season, you've really pushed them close. And ultimately, Vale Leaven have won today, which means they leapfrog you. But Glenvale have lost and Glasgow United have lost. So you've actually put yourself a further point away from that relegation zone.
But listen, as I alluded to, I'm not really looking too much at the league table. I think the coming into the season will be hopefully in a better position than what we're in at the moment. We've just got to concentrate game to game. But we thought, obviously, we'd set ourselves up to come here and try and win, as I alluded to through the week. And we gave ourselves a great opportunity. It's frustrating that the big calls have went against us today. But hopefully next week at home to Glasgow United, we can get a bit more consistency from the man in the middle.
Do you know it's Johnny? How you doing, mate?
Johnny, good to hear from you.
You too. what did you say to the players? What were the players during the week to get them to bounce back for what was a disappointing result last week? Because no easy to go up to Greenock and get something for the game. So well done on that. So what did you do with them during the week to make sure you got that response?
I think, to be honest, mate, I gave them a week off for me. I've been up in Inverness working all week, so I've got to give credit to my coaching staff, Scott Taylor and Callum Nairn, because they were on Monday, Wednesday with the boys. And listen, after last week, my frustration last week was almost boiled over at times because we were just a shadow of the team that we are last week. So maybe having a wee week off for each other and maybe helped. But certainly with a friendly midweek against Stranraer reserves and good performance there, I managed to score 5 goals. And I think that helped in midweek having that game to kind of throw last week away to the side, because last week we weren't anything like the team I expect us to be, and we were a lot more like ourselves today. And listen, again, I'll reflect on it, and obviously in the cold light of the point at Greenock, when they're in the position that they're in the leagues, it's going to be a good point for us, but I'm just a bit disheartened at the moment because I feel as if our performance no doubt merited the 3 points.
I think you're right in what you say there. On a cold light of day, when you go away from it, you'll probably be less disappointed than you sound. But look, Dean, good point today for you, and all the best for the rest of the season, mate. We'll catch up with you soon.
Cheers, guys. Loving the show. All the best.
Cheers, mate. See you later. So he obviously sounds very disappointed, and I think that he's maybe been a wee bit harsh on himself there, because that's a good point.
Aye. So Dino's, you know Dino, he's incredibly passionate, like incredibly enthusiastic about football, wants to win, he's determined to win, competitive at everything he does. When you're a manager, the amount of times I had to say to George, or when I was on the coaching staff, relax. Do you know what I mean? You would have took a point. If somebody had said to you, you take a point, do you know what I mean? You would take it.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody had said to him, you play 3 away, or 3 away, were they away, and then or Glenville, 3 home, Glenville away, and then Greenock away. If you take 4 points for them, would you be happy? Probably would be. You know, so it is just about going away and thinking about it. And once he relaxes and calms down and has a glass of wine or something like that, then I think he'll look at it as a point gained rather than 2 points dropped.
I think so.
It's not an easy place to go this season.
No.
You know, and to get a result from where they're sitting in the league, I think that's phenomenal. So I think in reflection, he will look back tonight after a wee glass I read and think this was probably a better result than he thinks. It's the emotion, you know the guy. So if he's as passionate as emotional as he sounds, he's going to feel that today. And if he thinks he should have got the 3 points out today, it's going to hurt a bit. Got the road to reflect and say, not many people are going to Greenock today this season taking a point.
But it's also a good thing as well, because you try and set standards for your players. Mm-hmm. So if Dino's got incredibly high standards that he looks at and thinks, I'm disappointed to only come away with a draw. Yeah. Hopefully his players see that as well and feed into it and go, the gaffer's coming up here with expectations of beating the team that are sitting second in the league, absolutely flying. Then that encourages everybody around the field.
Look, guys, we're going to go to a break today. I think we've absolutely robbed our sponsors today. We've hardly had any breaks. So if you want to get us on WhatsApp, it's 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. We are now in the phone-in section of the show, so don't hesitate to get in touch with us or ask us a question on YouTube. And remember, if you're interested in getting a bit more at the channel and helping the channel out, because we're going to be producing so much content. I mean, even if you're a West of Scotland fan, we're going to have 3 separate shows. We're going to have a Championship to League 2 show. We're going to have a Premiership show. We're hoping to expand as well, and we'll do a bit more. So get in, become a member of the show and help us. It would be greatly appreciated. And we'll be right back after these. pitch and we'll have a good wee natter and see how it goes. The show's nearly done. It's been our first live one. It's going all right. It's
So far, so good.
appreciate everybody who's tuned in on YouTube, who's tuned in on wherever you're listening to the show. It's greatly appreciated. We're going to see if we can try and get a couple of managers on. I think when I said to Dino that it was that Villa League has won, they lost. So it's actually been a good day for them. It's been a good day for Girvan. They've moved a point away. And again, like we say, we're talking about Canvas Line. That was a good point for them. That's a good point for Girvan today. It's giving you a wee bit of daylight. And I think that they'll be pretty pleased with that result.
I think a point against Greenock, as you said, I think most of the teams at any position in that league round about their Girvan would bite your hand off for a point against Greenock. So I think, as Johnny was saying, I think on reflection, we'll look back and think it's probably better than his initial thoughts. But yeah, it's a good result. And if Villa leaving that drop points today, even better.
Aye, no, I will look back and think it's a good point. I'm absolutely sure of it. But there's nothing wrong with feeling that you could have come away with more. But the managers always come away thinking about, they'll remember the things that went against them, but they'll not really remember the entirety of the game. Do you know what I mean? So maybe Greenock had a couple of chances, or maybe Greenock should have scored, or maybe there was an offside for maybe, I don't know, maybe you never know. But you do always you tend to focus on your own team and what you feel you could have done better. But again going away to Greenock, there's no many of them, although I did say a draw, so there's maybe only me would have backed them today. I don't think many other people would have backed them today.
So even a broken clock's right.
I might have told Dino that I actually backed them on Tuesday.
Aye, well, I know. It was a good pick for you. But
sometimes the heart comes true.
Aye, sometimes you just get what you're looking for. But aye. It's a really, I think it could be a really important point later in the season for them. Because you look, like I said, everybody about them's lost. And
that's the big thing. It's an extra point away for leaving. So,
Larkhall Thistle, after their great win last week, continue that, get a 2-1 win against Bonnyton. Goal scorer for Bonnyton, Gordon Pope. Why is Pope still playing?
Still scoring goals.
I know, it's unreal. I just, why is he still playing? Kilsyth get the win 3-2 against who were Kilsyth playing? My mind's gone completely blank here.
Kilsyth, they were playing.
Dorai 2-1. We've spoken about the Glenafton 2-0. Great result for the Ants.
Kilsyth Athletic or
Kilsyth Athletic.
They were at
Luga. So 3-2-1 there. 4-1 for Largs against Bemba. That's a really important result for me there.
It's a big result in terms of the table.
Aye, definitely. Full time at Clydebank 0-0. So there you go. That's 2 times in a row I've said it was going to be a draw and I've went against it and it's happened to me again.
Yeah, that's killed us that one. But I suppose there's no good surprise. We were both talking about the quality of the 2 teams and how much.
Surprised it was 0-0.
You expect a few goals, but maybe you get that sometimes with 2 good teams nullify each other a little bit. We'll wait to hear the reports from the game, but it could have been one of those kind of touchy kind of affairs. Nobody's really wanted to push too hard, lose a goal. But great result for Johnson Borough. Going there and getting a point.
You would think Clydebank would be happier with the draw than
they're still in the same position. Because that
maybe they knew that. I'm not saying that they would have played for the draw, but as it goes on, as the game lengthens and starts to get into 75, 80 minutes, you then start to think you become a wee bit risk averse.
Still 7 clear with the game in hand. So you could potentially be looking at, if they win that game in hand, 10 clear, only 12 games to go. It's really difficult to see anything.
On Tuesday.
So that's, I mean, if that's your, I'm going to check and see if there's any other games on Tuesday. So on Tuesday, it's just the Clydebank game. On Wednesday, we have Troon and Shotts. That could be a really important result as well. And St Cadoc's and the Talbot. But Tuesday, you could be looking at Clydebank because obviously the Borough aren't playing until next week. You could be looking at 10 points for that. And based on current form, I know
Borough's not even playing next week, so then the Scottish Cup next week.
Well, there you go. Then it could be potentially 13 points. And
I think
could be 16.
13.
13.
Well, I think they're 2 big Clydebank biggest games of the season. Is the next 2.
Garcairn at home on Tuesday and then Cumnock away on Saturday.
I think they're massive because if you can get the points with Johnson Borough not playing, I think it just takes the.
We're looking at it Gartcairn, you don't expect them to beat Clydebank. Clydebank win, Gartcairn have got 8 games left and they're still sitting 12 points.
Will that be the banana skin for
But
this season?
but on
Who knows?
the flip side of that, again, like we said with Johnston Borough, Gartcairn have got good players against a good team.
Yep.
Sometimes that
So it
works in
suits
your
that.
favour. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes you can play better against better teams. As weird as it sounds, if you have better players.
But we're going to go to Adam Hopes at Drumchapel just now. See what Hope is saying after their win against Cumnock 1-0 at Townhead Park, which I think obviously it's an important result for them, even a more important result for Cumnock. If Hope would answer the phone. But I think that Cumnock really similar to Gartcairn in the sense that they need to start picking up some points. We'll come back to Hope. He's a bit busy just now. We'll come back to him. But I think that they really need to start picking up some points.
Mm-hmm. It'd be interesting to speak to Hope. I was going to see if we can ask him how he views the season as a whole. Do you know what I mean? In terms
it's got to
of
be a success,
it's got to be. I would say 100% it's a success for them. They've been a great addition to the league, in my opinion. So it'd be interesting to see what his take on it, because when they were flying high at the start of the season, did they get a wee bit carried away? Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing, or did they start to dream of titles and things like that?
You can't help it.
Of course you can.
You know, it's like being in dressing rooms. You cannot help but think that type of stuff. And I think that I think it's been a great season. I think that if they're Beath losing today, Talbot not playing in the league today, that puts the Drum back into 5th, and they'll probably finish 6th for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's a tremendous season.
Yeah,
I really do. Considering that they've only been in the setup for 5-6 years, they're top 5 team in the Premier League, top 6 team in the Premier League. I think that's definitely
a phenomenal job. It's a good job.
I think so as well. Like you say, we'll see what he's saying when he comes on. Beath, again, absolutely no danger of going down, but again, it's another defeat. That's their 7th defeat of the season in 17 games. That's bitterly disappointing for them.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Beath, after the last season performances, I don't think they've been anywhere near the standard they will expect this season. So
no,
that's going to be a slow one, and Drumchapel pushing them the whole way. So yeah, Beath are struggling.
I think it outlines to me what an incredible achievement the last 2 years have been for Beath, because I think where they are just now is probably where you would have pegged them the last couple of seasons at the start of the season. If you look at who's going to be up there and things like that, you maybe wouldn't have picked Beath to be winning the league. So it's probably, it shows how much Chris managed to get out of that squad in the last 2 years, and they're maybe just kind of reverting back to the main a wee bit, you know, in terms of where their natural standing is, you know, in terms of their quality and the boys have got in the park, you know, and what an incredible job they done.
We're just going to go to Gordon Moffat, Clydebank manager, see what he's saying after that draw today. Hi Moff, how you doing? No, we're just talking about it in the studio there. Appreciate that it's points dropped, but you must be pretty pleased considering that you've not lost any ground and it's another game closer to the end of the season.
I think there's obviously positives in there, Paul. I think when we're playing against a side like that, really good team, a lot of quality players, to keep a clean sheet is obviously a positive. I'd have liked to have done more at the other end at times. There wasn't that much quality in the game, if I'm honest with you. For the standard of the two sets of players, it's obviously very high, but the standard of the game probably didn't quite live up to it, but I understand why. Do you know what I mean? There's obviously a lot at stake, and two teams, the shapes kind of cancelled each other out, the players cancelled each other out, and there wasn't much clear cut, if I'm honest, until probably Big Diver goes through in the last minute, just a wee error by us, and he gets in and Andy makes a big, huge save for us. So, you know, positives there. A wee bit disappointed we didn't do a wee bit more, but I would take positives for it.
I suppose you've touched on it there. It's a lot at stake for both sides today, and for you, as a neutral, you're saying not losing is pretty much just as important as winning the game, because you don't lose any gap. You've got Gartcairn on Tuesday. They're a bit of a wounded animal just now. They're desperate for points, but we were talking about it in the studio as well. A win there puts you 10 points clear at the top of the table, and it really gives you that safety net.
Yeah, it's obviously not a big game coming quickly in the back of the day, Paul. So, you know, they're all, as I said last week, I think after the Pollock game, they're all big games now for the teams fighting for things at both ends. So, it's another big one. But again, we're at home, so we'll just try and patch up some of the guys. There's a few kind of sore and knocks and nickels, so maybe need to freshen things a wee bit. But as I said, we're at home, and when we're at home, we always try and add points. And home or away, so far every single game we've added points this season. So again, huge credit to players to be in March and have a 0 in the defeat column's incredible from the players. It's been a big effort, but got a long way to go still.
I spoke to a Clydebank fan during the week, and he said to me last season February was what cost you the title, and he was really happy because February was quite a successful month for you. And like you said, you're in March and you've not lost a league game. It's been a very good season, obviously with the cup run in there as well. You'd be really pleased. You're getting to the stages you've touched on as well that the squad's tiring a wee bit because of injuries creeping in and stuff like that. How are you managing that situation?
I think we just probably like most teams, you can see that across several teams. I think the ones that are having to go midweek and Saturday, you can see that wee bit of fatigue at times later in the game. So, we just need to use the squad. And again, even today, I thought the guys that came onto the pitch really helped us and gave us that wee bit of freshness. So, we'll look at that again for Tuesday, and where we need to add that wee bit extra legs. But in terms of training, we just need to use, when we've got the midweek games, we use our training for recovery, and whether that's on a Tuesday, occasionally we've been going and doing the sort of recovery at the gym. We've got a great facility that we go to, the swim and sauna and stuff, and other times it's on the pitch doing some sort of recovery with the physio team. So it'll be the same this week. Tough game on Tuesday. Another team obviously desperate points, but for different reasons, but they're full of quality through the team. And Thursday will very much be about recovering, bringing things down, ready for another tough game away on Saturday.
Well, congratulations on maintaining the lead that you have at the top of the Premier League. Thanks for coming on, Moff. Take care, mate.
No problem. Cheers, Paul.
See you later. I think he sounds slightly deflated in a sense, but he also knows that that's a big point.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a massive point. It also sounds quite content, quite calm. I thought he's obviously quite happy with how things are going, managing the players. And it sounds like they've got quite good facilities for the players to recover. Not everybody's got those advantages. So that all helps. These things help. These things have a massive.
Definitely. Right, we're going to go back to Hopi. See if he answers this time. Hopi, how you doing? Must be really pleased with that 1-0 win at Cumnock today.
Oh, absolutely delighted, PG. We've almost forgot what it feels like to win a league game on a Saturday. So to get the 3 points is a great day's work done.
Adam, Johnny Bailey here. How are you doing, mate?
Not bad, you?
No, I'm good, mate. Thanks. Good result today. I'm curious how you viewing the season as a whole, because for me it's been a really successful season. You guys coming up and competing at the middle top half of the league. How do you view the season so far?
It's a question I've not been asked, to be fair, believe it or not. Obviously, like deep down, obviously I'm happy, right? But internally, we're all disappointed because with such a good start and every team that we've played, we've competed. Like if we weren't competing in the games and we were maybe in the position we're in, you'd be like, right, well, fair enough. We maybe just got off the flyer, and obviously we've done well to get the points on the board. But when you look at the games, we've more than competed. Like we get beat 2-1 off the Cadocks, probably should have took something at the game. We get beat at home off a Beeve 2-1, probably should have took something at the game. We get beat 2-1 at home off the Borough, probably should have took something at the game. So when you look at it like that, it's frustration because we all know we're a good team and we all know that we can compete. But again, for us, obviously, and myself especially, it's just about getting our feet under the table and obviously seeing what kind of gig the Premier Division is. And look, I just hope that's us get the monkey off our back and we can go and start picking up points on a Saturday now.
Well, you've picked up points, you've got a clean sheet as well. How do you feel the players handled it in there? Because obviously Cumnock are in a difficult situation where points are very, very important for them. Did you control the game, or was it quite a tight affair?
I don't know about controlling the game. I certainly believe we were the better team over the course of the 90, and had the better chances in the game over the course of the 90. There was a strong penalty claim for us and a strong red card claim for their goalkeeper. And Ryan Scully's came and gathered a few chances that they've had without really getting tested. So I would say obviously over the course of the 90 we deserved to win, but there was a wee bit of bad taste in the mouth from obviously them putting us out in penalties in the South of Scotland Cup, because we came down here about 2 or 3 months ago, and with all due respect, we had enough chances to win 4 games that day. But obviously Cumnock done well, took us to Wire and beat us in penalties. So there was a wee bit of needle in it from our behalf, and obviously, you know yourself, Swifty's done well anywhere he's went, and obviously we know that Cumnock are a massive club. I mean, we're still down here just now, and the facilities are absolutely outstanding, but obviously I understand why players maybe need to get a wee bit more wages to come here, because the travelling side, it's horrendous. It is a real big club, and I'm just delighted we managed to do a job today.
I know how it is, mate. I did travelling down there for 1.5 years to sit on the bench most of the time. But look, Hope, thanks very much for coming on, mate, and congratulations.
Thanks very much for phoning. Cheers.
Well, that is a good result for them.
Just to touch on Moff, I think going by his interview, I think he's maybe just a wee bit disappointed in his own team's performance. The way he's talking, you know, see the way he's talking about both teams cancelling each other out and the shape and things like that. And I think maybe when you've come off the park and your team's maybe not played to the level that you would have necessarily expected them to, you're delighted you've not lost the game, you've kept a clean sheet, but you just feel like we didn't really impose ourselves on the game and do enough to win the game. You know,
down they know what they should have got.
Aye, we could have done better, and maybe Murdy will feel exactly the same. You know, if it is the type of game that Gordon described, where they've cancelled each other out, I would imagine Murdy will no doubt have his interview with the Johnston media guy, get up on social media tonight, and we'll get a look at it. And I'd imagine I'd be shocked if he's not saying the same thing. I'm sure he's feeling exactly the same.
Aye, I would think so as well. Just looking at the 4th division, we'll try and get Michael Pender on for a wee chat. Port Glasgow have gone and beat Saltcoat 6-2. So again, they're back after last week no scoring. They're back to their usual selves, scoring. That's them up to 83 goals in 20 games. It's how disappointed will Port Glasgow be that they let that slip last week? When
I was at the game, Paul, and to be fair, it wasn't the best game of football, right? Port Glasgow were playing brilliant.
I think that's similar to what Moff's saying then about Clydebank and Johnson Borough, where the importance it does take away sometimes for the quality.
I definitely think so. There wasn't a great football played last week. There was a lot of long balls, a lot of time spent in the air. Knightswood just dug it out a slightly bit better, but Port, they didn't look as good as they've been the rest of the season. Port last week, they looked a wee bit flat. They looked a wee bit kind of at sorts. There was a lot of instructions for the bench getting shouted, and there seemed to be people getting a little bit.
They knew how important that was. We're going to stay in the 4th division. We're going to go to Josh and see what Josh has to say after that game today, losing 1-0 to Eglinton. Josh.
Hi, mate.
How are you feeling after that? Pretty deflated, I'd imagine.
Oh, dearie me, I'm driving the motor. I could drive it right off a bridge, to be honest with you. But anyway, I'm not going to do that, obviously, because there's no bridges. But if I'm honest, normally they came in there, I'm a bit critical, but I thought we were excellent there, to be honest with you. I generally can't even fault the team. The only thing I could say is we conceded another set piece that we should have defended better, but I felt we were dominant the majority of the game, if I'm honest, and we just for once thought we were really poor in the final third today, if I'm honest. I'm scratching my head how we've not scored in that game, if I'm being honest with you. And I actually said to the forward line when we came in, I says, what do you think was the problem today? And they've all said it as well, just not good enough in the final third. Had to be better than that. And it showed. And I were gutted about it, especially when you see the results after the game that have went elsewhere, that you could have gained a bit of ground. But Aye, it's very frustrating because I can't sit here and say that we deserved to get beat there because I don't think we did. And I've just spoke to the Eggleton manager there, and I've said the same to him, and he agrees. He said I'm not being awful about it. He says, but I think we got away with one there, to be honest. And fair play to them, but they dug in deep, they defended well. So that's what happens in football. It's just the way it goes. But if we can, the fact of the matter is, if we could have brought that level every other game for the rest of the season, we would have been up there closer than what we are. So we've only got ourselves to blame.
As you said, results, they really went for you the day. I mean, apart from Port Glasgow, every single team, including yourselves, in the top 6 have dropped points today. So it'll be a bitterly disappointing one for you. How do you carry on for this then? Because it's obviously been a very damaging day for your promotion hopes.
No, I literally just went in after the game and I just said, lads, the fact of the matter is, if we were playing like that more often and showing that sort of effort and desire, then we would be in a far better place. I says, but all we can do is for the next 12 games is bring that every game, every week and see where we are. I says, because you'll not go through another, I highly doubt you'll go 2 games in a row being that dominant and those put the ball in the back of the net a few times at least. So we just need to dust ourselves off. Sorry for yourself, or pity me. It's no time for those attitudes. We just need to get the heat down and go again. But honestly, the only thing I can take out the day is the boys showed that they're still up for the fight. And listen, if you're clutching at straws, it could be that the teams haven't gained another 3 points on you. They've only gained a point or so. You know what I mean?
Josh, Johnny, how you doing?
How you doing, mate?
Good. Listen,
See you tomorrow, Johnny. This will be brilliant.
That's what I was just about to say. Make sure you don't do anything stupid driving home, because it's too late for me to get another guest for tomorrow night, okay?
Well, that was Johnny's input. I thought Johnny wanted to ask you a question, but it was literally only concerned.
I'm not giving you all the good stuff.
Only concerned about his show tomorrow. Look, Josh, appreciate you're disappointed, mate. Try and not get too down about it, and you and Johnny have a good chat about it tomorrow. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, mate. Take care, lads.
Cheers, mate. See you there.
I'm not wasting a good conversation.
No, that's fine. You're giving me the highlight. I'll say him, and then you just very selfishly
okay,
said.
We're disappointed. Like, again, you're talking about teams dropping dropping points. Aye, and it'll sting when you come off the park. But again, he's probably right in his thinking that he says, well, at least they've no moved further away from us, as well. So there is that silver lining, if you want to put it that way, that they've no lost any ground and they've still got games in hand. So they just need to try and get a wee run going. We were talking yesterday, and I was saying it was a bit like Luger last year that went on a crazy run at the end of the season. Won 14 out of the last 15. Do you know what I mean? And just that. And what I was saying to him is we never even really. We never spoke about that. We never thought about it. It just happened. It was just game after game after game. And
did you notice the momentum shift? Do you think the players kind of feel that as well?
Well, because it started before Christmas. So then we had Christmas and you kind of lost it a wee bit, and then you don't talk to the players or you're away or whatever. And then you come back in and George started to win a few games and we're talking and we were saying, that's like 11 since we last lost or 8 since we last lost and stuff like that. And you don't really pay attention to it. And then because we were sitting.
That's a big factor then, Johnny.
I think it can be. I think
you can park it and you don't really
see
make it an issue.
It's the biggest cliche in football, going one game at a time. But it's so true, because see when you start thinking, if we lose this, then you know what I mean, we could be in bother here. Then that's the minute that you start retreating. You get uptight. You don't make passes properly. You don't make decisions properly. That's why the best. That's why the best players are the best players, because they don't care about that kind of stuff and they still do the right things at the right times. And they'll have the confidence and the responsibility to say, I'm going to go and win a game, rather than saying if I do this, rather than saying if I go and do this, I could make a mistake and I could cost a goal. No, if I make that pass, we could score. That is the difference.
You talked about putting that stuff out to the universe. You put it out there and you put the right things out.
I remember when I used to play, and if we went 1-0 up, I used to say to myself, well, that's good, because that means the team we're playing against can only draw now. Do you know what I mean? Just to try and flip a mindset that it doesn't matter. Don't get uptight. It doesn't matter if you do something and you make a mistake and score a goal. You can come back.
One of my things growing up, one of my coaches was a big, no matter what, it's 0-0. You go 1-0 down, it's 0-0. You go 1-0 up, it's 0-0. you're still fighting for that. You're still
that is it. It becomes very much like you're saying that mindset thing, and mindset's massive.
No.
We've touched on it with Gart Cairn, where when there wasn't the pressure, they were having a reasonable season. Now there's pressure, it starts to really crumble for them, and you see that where we've touched on it. Like when we spoke before about when Mary Hill were in that really bad run. Like today for me with Mary Hill, Mark will be disappointed, but he'll be like, right, well, we're going to win next week. But when they were in that run, when you're in the habit of losing and they lose, like, oh, it's another one. Because you know what it's like when you're winning all the time and you're 2-1 down with 10 minutes to go, the amount of times you think, right, well, we're going to score 2 goals here, it's not a big issue. But if you're 2-1 up with 10 minutes to go and you're losing all the time, you're like, please don't lose a goal.
In the dressing room at half time when you're on the wrong side of that, there's no coming out of that. There's no, we're going to get a goal here, we're going to get a result. So the mindset for me, is such a big part of the game. The mentality, how you're setting your players up, how the players are mentally setting themselves up. I mean, I joked earlier, I've got a 2011's team, right? I'm telling the boys you've got to be in bed at a certain time. Not a fortnight, because I can see mentally in a 13-year-old, you've no came prepared today. You're either, you've no slept right, you've no ate right this morning. It's just you're not in the right headspace. Now take that to senior football when you're paying guys lots of money. The pressure's on you. There's other things involved. It's really interesting from my side here. Like
definitely.
Myself talking about it, just from the coaching, senior football side of things. So it's been really interesting conversation.
Yeah, look, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll have about 20 minutes left when we come back. So if there's anything you want to speak to us about, you can get in touch with us on the YouTube Live. You can send any comments you want to say or anything you want to talk about. Or if you want to give us a wee call, you can send us a message on WhatsApp first at 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. Or you can get us on X and Instagram at Sat Football Live. We'll be right back after. But look, that's how it is. So don't hesitate to get in touch with us if you want to. You can get us on WhatsApp at 07396 717 412. That's 07396 717 412. We're hoping to have a couple more managers on before we finish up. Just check some results and see how we're getting on in the Lowland League.
By the way, fair play to Josh for coming on. I mean, it's no easy as a manager when you've lost a game. I mean, they front up and
No,
So-
he's definitely good that way. Albion Rovers are now 3-1 up on Cali Braves. I think that even though East Kilbride have just went 2-1 down to Celtic B, I think that Cali Braves with their defeat today have just won the league for East Kilbride. It's too much of a gap for me. That was Adam Fernie with a goal there. Still 3-2 to Linlithgow in their featured fixture in the Lowland League. So there's no a great deal of change in the Lowland League as it stands right now. But today, gents, what would be your result of the day?
Oh, you need to give a bit of time to think about that. I would, off the top of my head, if I was just to jump at something that's jumped out at me, I would say Darvel beating Pollock 2-0 probably, in terms of what it does for the bottom of the Premier Division. Then you'd be looking at Renfrew going to St Rochs and winning 5-3, showing an unbelievable bit of character to go 2-0 up, and then to go down 3-2. You know, imagine being a player on that part. 2-0 up after 15 minutes, and then you find yourself 3-2 down at half time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you said Jimmy's wasn't he softly spoken when he was playing? I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have been in the dressing room at half time, I would imagine. And then to come out and score 3 goals in the second half.
I mean, it's a right tough place to go.
You know, of course it is. And the way they're going as well.
So close to the fans, they don't hold back. You know, it's individual abuse there.
I know. So I would say that's definitely
really good result.
Definitely up there. Whitlett's going to 4th and winning 3-1. I'd say Whitlett's are on a charge, man. I would look at Whitlett's potentially as going on to win that league. I know Neilston have a good win today away to Les Mahigo, but there's just something about Whitlett's just now that they just seem to be motoring in the right direction. So
that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins in the bounce in the league. I mean, that is
good wins as well, though. PG, not just they're not just eking out wins. They're battering teams. You know,
and they're scoring goals. 65 goals this season. Well, plus what they scored today. But
so that's 68 goals we're at for them, and it's
it's the highest in that league by quite
a reasonable distance. 15 goals ahead of Nielsen, and because that's them a point behind Nielsen still. Nielsen of the game in hand, but I mean, I agree with you, Johnny. I think that they've really gone from being a team who you're a bit like, are they going to be able to hold on a promotion spot to now being a contender? They've got Whitlett's have got Nielsen on the 5th of April.
Where?
At Briggerlee.
Right.
So that's a good pitch. It's a good pitch. Sometimes.
Really good pitch.
I was just hoping I could maybe go and watch that one down my way.
No luck. You might be on the radio that day.
I know.
So I agree with that. And Muircup losing.
And then Royal Albert beating Knightswood is obviously
a big one. I know.
A big one as well. But see, if you look, the interesting thing is if you look at Royal Albert's form, the form's really, really good. Although
exactly that. Something we've not touched on yet is the fact that Knightswood have managed to go 19 games unbeaten.
But we're talking about Clydebank doing it. You know, they're the only other team in any of these leagues, any other division in the West that's sitting with undefeated. So, I mean, Royal Albert, that's a skill.
Well, we've just had Des on the group chat for the show saying that he thinks that Renfrew is the biggest result of the day, and that's obviously because Des is a Renfrew man.
Yeah,
but
so are we kind of.
We're in there, but we've got
I just need to pick it. I pick against them every week and they win.
Well,
that's the last 2 times I've been in here. I've picked against them and I've won.
That's the thing. We're looking.
They love you.
Well, they will because they keep winning.
That's what I mean.
Every day, every week from now on, I'm just going to put a tweet saying whoever Renfrew's playing is going to win.
I think that's fair. So I thought I'd save Jimmy's number and the phone here, but I didn't.
I really like Renfrew. I would love to see Renfrew back in the Premier Division. I don't know. I've not watched them for a couple of years, to be honest. I'm trying to think the last time I would have been there was when I was coaching at Troon, probably. But you'll maybe know better than me, Paul. Would you think that they are ready for the Premier League in terms of their squad?
No, I don't think they are. As much as I would really like them to be, I don't think that they're set for it. But once I can work out how to put Jimmy's number into this phone, then we'll go for it.
Just see what he said. Well, we need to keep it PG.
PG.
No pun intended. and see what about you, Kelly? What's the result of the day?
I do like the ref result. I think it stands him in great stead now. It puts a wee bit of distance between him and the Rock. I'd love to see Renfrew up in the Premier League as well. I've got family down that neck of the woods, and they've always been known as a big team.
Well, we'll give Jimmy a wee phone just now.
It's great down there. Do you know what I mean? The big academy, the ground now is looking great. So,
Jimmy, 5-3 away to the Rock, 2-0 up, 3-2 down, 5-3. It was quite exciting for us just watching the scores come in on Twitter. How was it for you being involved in it?
I thought we started the game well. We were comfortable scoring 2-0 in the direct 15 minutes. Danny just slapped it past it, and it gave them a wee bit of impetus. 2 good finishes, and then at half time I thought they finished the stronger team. The third Paul. Second half we came out defended really well all over the park and scored at the right time. So we've not won them 40 years. It was a real battling performance, and we were proud of it.
Jimmy, Johnny Bailey here. How you doing, mate? All right.
Hey, Johnny, how are you?
I'm good, thanks, mate. Listen, I suppose the big question is, what did you say to the boys at half time after that first half, going 2-0 up and then find yourself 3-2 down? What did you say to them?
I just said, look, we just need to keep doing what we're doing. I don't think we played particularly bad. It was just that crazy spell of 15 minutes. It was 2 great balls into the box, and their front four are excellent. They're as strong as anybody in that division. So it was 2 really good finishes. So we hadn't really done much wrong. So I knew we would get chances. We just had to be patient and defend properly, and thankfully they did that.
Jimmy, it's obviously a really important win for you today. Keeps you in second place, keeps the pressure on Kilwinning, who are 3 points clear of you. We spoke the other day about how tight this league is. You've got Kilbirnie next week, who have been 9th place, have still got an outside chance of getting in. What are you saying to the players getting into that game during the week?
It's a cliche, it's 1 game at a time, and we've got 8 games left to go. I think we've come out the other side of the wee rut that we were in just now. A battling performance last week and a good performance this week, so just take every game as it is and tick it off one at a time. We can't look any further forward than that.
Jimmy, you've been at Renfrew for about 600 years. So we were just talking about it before we phoned. When was the last time Renfrew were in the Premier League? Was it the year he's won the Scottish and got relegated?
No, I think I've been in it before that. We were in the Clarkies where we got relegated in the last game of the season. I couldn't remember. Toon beat us, I think. No, we drew lunch with Toon to get relegated, but we've been in there before. And then obviously COVID hit to split all the leagues up, so it's been a while, to be fair. So we're not even looking at that just now, Paul. It's just about trying to get points on the board.
Well, Des is looking at that. He's obviously a massive Renfrew man, and he's in our group chat. He's not on the show the day was, but he's in a group chat saying that he thinks it was result of the day. And I think we'd probably be in agreement that result or the Darvel beating Pollok, 2 massive results were but opposite ends of their tables. But look, Jimmy, congratulations today, mate, and enjoy your weekend.
All right, thanks. Speak to you soon.
Cheers, mate. See you later. It's a huge result. It's first win in 40 years there as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's unbelievable.
Because they'll have played each other quite a few times there, surely.
The low averages was on this side today, then, eh?
Nice.
40 years.
It's a great stat.
It's a great stat, and it's.
Has Jimmy been at Renfrew for that whole 40 years? He
45.
was playing the last time we won.
Honestly,
but it's not an easy place to go. I've been at the Rock a few times this season. We've worked with the Rock for years now. Great bunch of guys down there. But I tell you something, I wouldn't like to go there. No team will like to go there.
No,
they'll think that was a. I think he's talking 1 game at a time. I think that's a big result for him.
Oh, 100%. I completely agree.
Promotion,
and I think he's probably right, because I think what you're saying, what we were saying earlier about expectations, their expectations will probably be up at the top end of the table competing. So I would say that's probably correct. I'm sure he's not getting pressure for committees or anything about getting promoted or being in the promotion spaces.
No, I wouldn't think
so. So one game at a time is probably the right way to go about it, and just
so hard not get sitting in that position in the league.
The longer it goes,
the expectations maybe not. You didn't set that out at the start of the season. So when you're sitting there, 1 game at a time, you must be sitting with your. That's a
we're going to go to Muircup manager Ross Cusack just now, see what he's saying after their 1-1 draw with Coast.
Hello.
Hi Ross, how you doing? 1-1 today. How's the feeling after that, particularly with Nielsen, Whitlets and Lanark and Larkhall all getting wins?
It was a difficult game, mate. It always is at Coast. Listen, the game was blood and snot as it wasn't one for for much football getting played. I think both teams are probably a bit more direct than they would like to be. And listen, I thought in the first half were decent. We posed a threat. We had a couple of really good opportunities to go ahead and didn't take them. And then obviously you go behind and you react well to that and you get back into it. So listen, all things considered, that's a difficult place to go. We've got a point away, still undefeated away from home. 4 points out of 6 off Kilsyth, so a good side. Well, to be honest, I think I said to you a few weeks ago, genuinely only looking at what other people are doing there. We're just playing a 30-game season, still got a long way to go. So, nah, we're all right. We're all right, mate. I don't think it's the end of the world. And do you know what? I think it might end up being a decent point away, because I think Kilsyth, with the fixtures that they've got coming up, can take points off all of the teams that you mentioned. So, we're all right with it.
Ross, Johnny Bailey here. How you doing, mate? All right?
Hi, Johnny.
Good. Listen, you're obviously sitting with 3-4 games in hand ahead of the around the teams run about you, and you've obviously, it's well documented the age of your squad, how young it is. How are you looking? Obviously, the midweek games will start maybe in 3 or 4 weeks or so. Have you thought about how you're going to manage that with such a young squad? Make sure that they don't get fatigued and lose the chance to maybe keep competing at the top end.
So I think, listen, we've got a squad of 19 now. We're hoping to add to that this week. We'll just take it one at a time, Johnny. I honestly, I think if you start worrying about things 5-6 weeks down the line, they're taking your eye off the ball a wee bit. So we're genuinely just looking at the next game. We play Anthony's at home next week. We'll try and get 3 points in that, and we'll see where it takes us. But I think I said a couple of weeks ago, when I think we had won and Neilston had lost, there's going to be loads of twists and turns and points dropped between now and the end of the season. So we're not worrying too much about fixture congestion. I think there's still enough weeks, to be honest. We're out of all the cups. I don't mind having 2 or 3 midweek games towards the end of the season. And listen, I think youth can actually help us in that respect. These boys are incredibly fit, and there's boys on the outside of that haven't played a great deal that really deserve to play. But we just don't know for what, when you're picking up points and wins, it's hard to shake things up too much. So if that day comes and we do need to do it, I've got full trust in the boys sitting on the bench who can come in and do a good job. And like I say, we're looking to add a couple of bodies this week, which would help us as well. So we're no wet in the bed after dropping a couple of points a day. It's a difficult venue, difficult surface, and I think we could have probably played another half an hour there and then was going to win. So when it's like that, just make sure you don't lose it and you're taking something up the road with you. And we're on next week when we've got a home game.
On your fixtures coming up, I know you won't say it, but you've got St Anne's, who had a good win today, and obviously their new manager, but in the relegation zone. You get Forth, who are in the relegation zone, and you get Bells Hill, who are down the bottom end of the table before you play Whitlets. It's probably a bit more fortuitous run for you, but I appreciate you won't be saying that that's results that you have to go and get wins in. But from a neutral side, it's not the worst run of games to be in.
I understand, like, you guys are there to sort of talk about, live things as they happen, and teams dropping points and other teams, picking up victories, and that's obviously the name of the game when you're doing a radio show. But we'll deal with St Anthony's next week. We hope to win at home. Listen, we're getting to every game wanting to win, so we'll deal with that first, and then hopefully, we can get back. Listen, every time we've got points this year, we've bounced back right away. So I'm hoping for more of the same next week. And I know what you mean when you look at a league table and it's a team at the top playing a team near the bottom. But you've got to remember these teams are fighting for their lives as well now. Do you know what I mean? And it's getting to that stage of the season where how often do we see it towards the end of the season? Teams that maybe haven't put points on the board regularly through the season, and all of a sudden they start to take big wins away from home and against teams at the top of the table. So we need to, I say, guard against complacency, but there really isn't any complacency within the dressing room. So honestly, we just get back in Monday, work like hell like we always do, and take them one game, and we'll see where it takes us.
That's it, mate. Look, we appreciate you coming on. Have a good weekend. Catch you later on. Right.
Cheers. Catch you later.
We're going to go quickly to hopefully catch Mick Oliver before we finish the show. We go after the great win, 2-0 against Bollock. Hi, Mick. How you doing? Massive win for you guys today. How are you feeling after that?
Aye, delighted, mate. Delighted. We knew we had to win the game. It's a big month for us as well in terms of the league fixtures that we've got with the semi-final sandwiched in between. So we knew the importance of winning the day, and I think we deserved it on the balance of the game. I thought we were the better team, and we deserved the win, and we probably could have scored a few more. So no, listen, I'm absolutely delighted, and we just need to keep moving forward for here.
Barring Shotts, who obviously did the very good win last night against Gartcairn, Cumnock have lost today, Benburb have lost, Hurlford have lost, Gartcairn obviously losing last night. It's been a decent weekend for you, and it's been really important for your team to pick up those points today.
Aye, no, it like you've said there, it could be probably have went any better, other than maybe Shotts and Gartcairn potentially drawn last night. But for the three results to go away today, and obviously for us to win, when you look at the table, all of a sudden it starts to bunch up a little bit, and we've got games in hand over teams above us, and we're still to play teams above us as well. So I know, look, it's going to be a fight right till the end, but we're not going away. We're starting to pick up now in the league and starting to get the wins that we've maybe deserved to get earlier in the season, but we didn't. So we just need to really try and kick on now, to be honest, and continue to put some points on the board, because that's 2 league wins in a row, and it's amazing all of a sudden when you do that, how different the table looks.
Definitely, Mick. Look, thank you very much for coming on, mate, and enjoy your weekend. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate. See you soon. Bye.
Looking at the fixtures, Largs in the Cup during the week, next week, then Johnson Borough away from home, obviously very difficult. If they can take it, and that's a bonus. Mm-hmm. But then you get Cumnock and Hurlford back to back. Mm-hmm. Really important, really important couple of weeks coming up from. But aye, so we're going to have, before we finish, we're nearly running out of time here. It's that much to talk about. I'm actually going to see what the Lowland League results were before we finish up.
Check the scores, Paul.
I know, checking the scores right now. Celtic B have ended up battering East Kilbride 5-1. So that's a 4-1 and a 5-1 for them. Bitterly disappointing for them. 96th minute, Tom Grant for Bowness just puts it wide of the post, 3-2 to Linlithgow. A draw with Berwick Rangers and Cowdenbeath, 3-1 for Albion Rovers against Cali Braves. So it's been a decent finish. But look, before we wrap it up, we need to look quickly. We both went for Linlithgow. We were both right. Both went for Clydebank. Both wrong. Yep. Both wrong with the Renfrew game. We went for Whitlets. Both right. I went for Greenock. You went for the draw. These are 3-2 up.
Johnny's a man, I'm telling
we
you.
Both went for Rossvale. We were both wrong. So that's another defeat for me.
Johnny, I'm loving you.
I'm absolutely sick of it. I'm sick of it. But look, guys, thank you very much for coming on. And everybody, thank you very much for tuning in to the show this week and being on the live ways. It's been really appreciated. Thanks for putting a few comments on as well in the live. Oh, and don't forget, on Monday night, I know I'm forgetting, I'm running past time here. On Monday night, we've got WOSFL Weekly with Johnny Bailey. On Tuesday, we have our new Championship to League 2 show. On Wednesday, we have a radio show, the WOSFL Build-Up. And on Thursday, we have our All-Talk Premiership show with Shay Mitchell. So make sure you tune in. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening this week. And, hey, it's been a great week, so thank you very much and take care.
Thanks,
cheers, guys. Thank you.
Oh, the I forget about the start of the
Oh,
stuff,
mate.
mate. It's going to get there. This first week I didn't realise stuff, innit?
It's fucking too much today.
You're a bastardising for a producer's income.
I know it.
There's something that we know what the way that we came out and help us.
Well,